Uh-oh.
Welcome to the 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We are here in Oceanside, California. The surf is looking so good for the entire week, so we're really excited to be able to see these surfers hit the lineup with such good conditions on offer for us. And there's just going to be a lot going down when it comes to competitive surfing throughout this week. But before that, of course, we always start with the opening ceremonies. My name is Shannon Hughes. I am joined in the booth by one of my favorite athletes of all time, three-time ISA gold medalist in the parasurfing side of things, Liv Stone. It is great to have you call to action this week.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm here all week. I'm so stoked to be here. Not putting on the jersey this year, just going to be in the booth, and yeah, super stoked.
Yeah, well, we're very sad to not see you going for that fourth world title, but seeing that you are going to be sitting here sharing all your insights. I mean, you're one of those people that's really going to be able to break down so many of the technicalities behind your sport that are maybe new to some of our viewers and our audience,
Cool.
as well
You know
as
how
just
that
your
country thinks.
competitive progress has been some of the best. So to hear you break down heats is going to be really exciting.
Yeah, thank you so much. I feel like I have a lot on offer because I know what it's like being in the water with the jersey on. I know what it's like to get prepped for a heat, especially for finals day. So super stoked to be able to call live action and to be able to see a lot of my friends and people from all around the world get in the water together. We have north side of the pier all to ourselves. So super stoked.
Which is so good. And the surfers got amongst it this morning. Here's some little highlights from a few of the waves that were ridden right out front as we're getting ready for the opening ceremonies kickoff.
Yeah, I mean, that that goes right into the pier is just a great wave. It's a little bit forgiving rather than the left. It's a little bit softer. Someone just got so barreled and then came out and hit the end section. Not sure who that is, but that was insane. This left here, people are just getting shacked. It's absolutely nuts. We're having great conditions on hand today.
It's going to be so good. We've got a great swell for the first couple of days. It's going to taper off through the middle of the waiting period, and then it's going to start hopefully to pick up again by the time we get to finals day. Of course, this morning there was a lot of those free surfers, local surfers from the Oceanside area getting a little taste of the action. As well as so many of the parasurfers that are going to be in the draw for this week, looking to just continue finding their way in a new lineup as well for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships, which is an exciting thing as we take a look at the conditions for this week. Liv, 3 to 4 feet, south-southwest swell direction. That wind, hopefully isn't too much of a factor throughout the entire day today. And one of the biggest probably conversation topics is the fact that those tide swings are just so big.
Right. Such a massive tide change. So what we're seeing this morning when we walked up to the beach is going to be completely different from when the surfers get in the water. And then the last heat of the day, 3, is going to be completely different because of those huge tide swings. And north side of the pier and any beach break, honestly, is pretty dependent upon tide.
It's so true. Well, taking a look at the event schedule, we're starting out with that opening ceremony right now. You can see the parade of nations as those athletes, those countries with their flags, they're all, heading down towards the pier. And it's going to be an exciting way to start things off for us this morning. We are going to then go into some competition later this afternoon, starting around 1 p.m. today with 6 heats total to kick off competition for the week.
Yeah, I just love that we do opening ceremonies. I've been a part of, I believe, five opening ceremonies, and each time it's such a great team camaraderie thing, and just like having all the nations together from all around the world. It fills me with like so much joy seeing it, but I know what it's like being a part of it, and you're getting the week started off well and getting those stoke levels high. Yeah, it's just a great way to kick it off.
It is a really fun and unique thing to ISA competitions, right? Is seeing that parade of nations, seeing everyone decked out in their country colors, walking with their flags, with their team specifically, but then also like you're hinting to that family aspect of coming back together, of the parasurfing community back together for the World Championships this week, and getting to just run into everyone, to see everybody, and to really start to, build into some of those fun conversations that we'll have throughout the rest of the week, as we could see some of the ISA officials walking down in the front of the pack. Behind them is our nations. We've got 24 nations in total live competing this week, so that is huge from, the number of nations that are here and ready to go for the week.
Yeah, pretty incredible. And we have a new nation, first ever. Belgium is number 24 this year. That's pretty incredible.
So awesome. So there we can see Team Argentina walking in. Belgium will just be a couple nations behind.
Australia. Such a power force.
Yeah, they really are. And they've got so many parasurfers that are going to be competing. They've got great support from their governing bodies as well. And so it's been awesome to see them continue to grow in strength. And they've got quite a few world champions on the list that we have.
Oh, for sure. They have a stacked team. And then I swear, like, weeks after the competition, I'm constantly singing, Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. My mom's just like, stop.
Stop, you're not an Australian.
But, like, yeah, I can always feel the team camaraderie there when I'm with them. And, I wanted to point out, too, obviously everyone's with their nation holding their own flag and feeling a sense of pride for sure. But, like, constantly during opening ceremonies, I see people of all different nations come together hugging. Hey, how are you? From Argentina to the USA. Like, everyone seems like a family, even though we're all representing each different country. It seems like we all come together, and obviously there's like a competitive aspect. You want to do well out in the water, but like for opening ceremonies and throughout the week, you're constantly see different nations coming together and just like supporting one another, and it's pretty rad to see.
It's the best part of the event, really. I mean, seeing who wins those gold medals at the end of the week is going to be really awesome from an individual and a team's perspective. But really, it's that community aspect of getting everyone together, and especially within parasurfing, to see the continued growth and the investment of the sport, to see more surfers showing up, to see that, that aspiration of eventually getting into the Paralympics as a goal, that's kind of floating out there towards towards Brisbane 2032. To see that camaraderie and the growth and the welcoming attitude of so many people is going to make more surfers want to engage in this, more para-athletes pick up a surfboard for the first time.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the evolution of the sport has just been incredible to see from 6 years ago when I first came to my first World Championships to now. I mean, not only is the level of surfing unlike anything I've seen before, even like last year I was watching, I wasn't competing, but I was supporting. I'm like, wow, everyone is just stepping up. And I think because we have that those Paralympic hopeful dreams of hoping to one day get to the Paralympics, and that's the ultimate goal for parasurfing, is to be a part of the Paralympics. In January of 2023, the International Paralympic Committee governing board confirmed that parasurfing has demonstrated the competitive viability and integrity of the sport. It's just we're not going to be at 2028 like everyone was hoping, unfortunately. But we're rallying as much as we can for Brisbane 2032.
Yeah, it would be so awesome to be able to see, surfers maybe like yourself back in the mix. If Olympics is floated out there, as Paralympics is an opportunity potentially.
I mean, gosh, it's such a dream. Like I've said from the beginning, I'd love to be like a Paralympian one day. And in Australia, what? That would be awesome. But it is a right if they have it at Byron.
And you're a goofy foot, huh?
And I'm goofy. I don't know if I want to go right.
You have to get yourself on more and more right point breaks.
For sure.
Team Chile walking in now, Colombia, Costa Rica behind them. We saw Brazil just a little while ago. So many of these nations that have been investing heavily into their athletes over many years of competition.
Yeah, Colombia always brings a presence for sure, as well as Costa Rica I see there. Love bringing the team spirit. I love that girl's dress, really bringing the cultural aspect from Costa Rica here to Oceanside. So many great competitors. Dariel, Ariel helping out, Matthew. Know those guys pretty well. I've taken a few trips to Costa Rica, and water's a little bit cold compared to down there, but yeah, they always bring so much pura vida.
Pura Vida is always alongside the team of Costa Ricans. Yeah, like you said, the water here in California, it can be a little bit chilly, especially this time of the year as we're heading into winter. And, wearing a decent wetsuit is pretty much always necessary. It'd be a little chilly to be without one.
Yeah, here comes Denmark.
They'll be used to that colder water. Same with those surfers from England.
Oh, for sure. There's Bruno, multiple-time gold medalist. So super stoked to have him here. It's his first time back in a few years. Just was chatting with him, and he's super stoked to be here. And, yeah, fun to be back. There's Melissa and Zoe from England. You always see those two together. They're never apart. Melissa is in the VI division, and Zoe is in stand 2. Super rad people.
Melissa's got a couple of gold medals as well to her name. And there we can see just an overview here of the beach. You can see where the opening ceremony will be taking place. Everyone's just kind of filtering in, grabbing some seats, getting ready to, have that full experience here before the kickoff of our ISA World Parasurfing Championships. With our Sands of the World ceremony that will be starting off soon, that's where each different nation has brought sand from one of the home beaches from that country. And we'll see the team captains and the flag bearer head up to the stage to pour that sand in.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of my favorite traditions that ISA does. It's so meaningful to just see all the layers from all around the world. Just so rad. Here's Team France. They have a lot of competitors on their team. They're definitely vying for Team Gold this year because they've won the past 2 years. So definitely wanting to keep that spot on top. And Lori, one of my good friends, Lori, she's right there. I was like, can I have one of those berets? Because they're pretty cool. I want to take one home.
Oh, you'll have to grab one for sure. It would look so cute on you. So big week ahead. In the draw this week, Liv, we're talking about former gold medalists. We have 32 former gold medalists in the draw this week alone. So guaranteed we're going to see some of those win more gold medals, but it also puts a big kind of target on those surfers as far as the names that, are going to be the ones to beat out here. There's going to be a lot of names that are hopefuls to walk away with those gold medals for the first time as well.
Oh, for sure. And, as a gold medalist and you come back again, you kind of have like a little bit of a target, especially when you're out there in the water, like your competitors know like what you're capable of. And it's going to be interesting to see the heat dynamics that go down, especially during finals. Different heat strategies depending on who you're going against. I know it was always like intimidating going against someone that had like a title to their name or was surfing like really great. So, obviously we've talked about team camaraderie and everyone coming together, but at the end of the day, this is a world championships. Everyone's vying for a podium position.
Those podium finishes will be so exciting to see towards the end of the week as we see Team Israel getting ready to walk in.
I love that flag's signed, I think, by probably like everyone. That's really cool.
Big week of competition ahead. We have 137 athletes in total that are going to be competing. Seeing them walk in now for the Parade of Nations to get things kicked off. and it's going to be a very exciting week of competition as we look to crown new and repeating world champions with those gold, silver, bronze, and copper medals. Always awesome at the ISA events as well that there's those 4 medals available for those top 4 positions. We're here in Oceanside, California. Shannon Hughes alongside Liv Stone to call the action for our opening day, our opening morning here for the Parade of Nations.
Lots of competitors still rolling in here, going to the amphitheater for the opening ceremonies.
Team Italy, followed by Team Japan. And just rolling their way up the boardwalk.
Yeah, this is a great Parade of Nations because they started all the way down at that north side entrance when you come down that road and just straight shot right to the pier. And what one of my favorite things about this opening ceremonies is that it also shows the general public what this event is about, is like bringing people of all abilities together to shred and rip and represent our country and ultimately surf at the highest level. So I just love that there's just the general public watching us and like showing, and we're showing them kind of like what we're made of. We're like, yeah, we're here, we mean business, and we're super stoked.
It's a great, that's such a great point. It's a Sunday morning. There are teams from all around the world walking down the beach, wearing their country colors, and there's a lot of people just down here enjoying a beautiful California day. It's daylight savings. Everyone got that little extra hour of sleep
Right, yeah,
without it
exactly.
affecting, their time schedule for the day. And the weather's good. The surf is pumping. So there's a lot of people from around the local area that are going to get to see eyes on surfers like this out of South Africa and all the different nations.
Yeah, here's Team South Africa. They always look so sharp with their uniforms, with a whole tie and blazer and everything. I love it. There's Ann Smith from South Africa, one of a really good friends of mine. He's actually living here now, but originally from South Africa. Absolutely shreds. I surfed in a heat with him a few years ago because there wasn't enough women in my division, so they paired us together, and he just rips. It's insane. So super excited to see the scores that he puts down this week.
It's an interesting talking point as well, Liv, the fact that, the growth of this sport now means that for a lot of the divisions, there are men's divisions and there are women's divisions. But
Right.
in the start, back from 2015, the very first time that the ISA ran the World Parasurfing Championships, and through those early years, there was a lot of co-ed divisions because there just wasn't the numbers to fill out a men's and a women's division.
Yeah, because if you just split it up, it would just be like one woman here and one woman there in different divisions. Like when I first started 5-6 years ago, I was surfing against other women, which was great. However, I was surfing against people with lower limb differences or something that is now para surf stand 2. But it wasn't really the most fair, but we didn't have the numbers, right? So the women's participation has grown from 7 athletes from the very beginning to a record high of 62 women athletes across 9 sports classifications in 2023. So that's pretty incredible to see, like we talked, the evolution of the sport, just the growth of the women numbers, as well as veterans like Jessie Billauer there, my friend Catherine. Here comes Team USA.
The team that Liv has won 3 gold medals for in the past. A few team gold medals as well thrown in there. And
yeah,
this is the host nation.
There's my mom.
There's Mom Michelle. Host nation for this year's ISA World Parasurfing Championship. So they'll always walk in. The host nation is always the last to enter at the, they kind of trail at the end of the Parade of Nations. And it's just great to kind of bring everyone together and to kick off for an incredible week here.
Here's Jose Martinez. If you're ever around him, he is just a light. He brings so much stoke and energy. Whether it's literally all 5 days of the event, he always has the same amount of energy. And I remember competing, it's day 4. I'm pretty exhausted. Maybe my morale's down, and I just need to go have a chat with Jose, who is missing 3 of his limbs when he was in the military from a bomb. And you'd think that would maybe be someone who's not the most happy
maybe dampen
because of
the spirit
that
a little bit.
traumatic experience. But I mean, he's just the happiest person I know, and I can always just go to him for a little bit of a morale boost. And he is the team captain this year. as well as the past few years. And he just does a really great job, especially when I was there, I've noticed, of just leading the team, pushing us to be better, and keeping us all united and together. And he's always down on the beach supporting other people's heats.
Well, we have a lot of returning gold medalists that are going to be in the draw for this week. We've got 32, world title holders, 21 men, 11 women in the draw. Of those, the most successful being Victoria Faggy from Canada and Bruno Hansen from Denmark, with 5 golds to Victoria and 6 golds to Bruno. We've got plenty of multiple world champions in the conversation as well. Make sure this week to follow along on Instagram at ISAsurfing, and you'll be able to, see some stuff from Fernando Aguirre, our president for the ISA, as well as get to know so many follow along with the stories, not just with the scores and the results coming out of this event, but specifically the stories of these athletes, of the road that it took for them to be here representing their country this week, competing for those gold medals. Well, it has been a great way to start off the morning, getting to see that Parade of Nations coming down the beach here in Oceanside, right to the pier. And we're now going to get going with our actual opening ceremony, the Sands of the World as well, down on the beach with Ben Way.
Ladies and gentlemen, all of the countries and athletes have gathered together here in Oceanside, California, USA. In the spirit of fair play, it is with great pleasure we welcome everyone to the official opening ceremony of the 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We would like to welcome and introduce the following dignitaries on stage today. The Deputy Mayor of Oceanside, Mr. Eric Joyce. And the ISA Executive Director, Mr. Robert Fasulo. Now please remove your hats for the national anthem of the United States of America. Now, please welcome the San Luis Rey Band of Mission Indians of the Luiseno tribe. They will perform a drum land acknowledgement.
Well, it's wonderful to see so many smiling and happy faces here from around the world. It just really touches my heart to be such part of a wonderful event starting today. My name is Captain Mel Vernon of the San Luis Rey Band of Mission Indians. We're a Luiseno tribe, Payim Kawichim, Ataham, the people that have been here for 10,000 years surfing the same beach and maybe collecting a few abalone shells. All right, thank you. So just to acknowledge the traditional territory from which we are, where the people that were here first, the stewards of this land, and still taking care of the culture as we share here with Oceanside, around other North County, other tribes that we have here that are Luiseno. The drums here are part of our tribe, and the drums are part of our powwow tradition that we have have adopted, so to speak. We didn't have drums here in this area, but as people came west and they brought their traditions from the Midwest, we adopted the powwow with us, which is a part of community that brings us all together also. And we celebrate that in the second weekend in June. Also, if you're going to be here for this November 8th coming up this Saturday at Heritage Park from 10 to 4, we're going to have an acknowledgement of our tribe also, so you're all welcome. And with that, thank you so much and have a wonderful event. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We'd like to begin the Sands of the World ceremony. We'll call on the countries to come to the stage and bring with them their flag and sand from their local beach. The sand from each country will be placed in the container on stage to symbolize the peaceful gathering of nations through the love of surfing. We will begin with Team Argentina. Flag bearer Georgina Melitini. Sand pourer Ivan Rohr with sands from the beach of Mar de Ajo. Gracias. Next, we'd like to welcome Team Australia. Our flag bearer, Mark Mona Stewart, has the flag, and MDers will have the sand, it looks like, from Byron Bay. Next, we'd like to welcome Team Belgium. Our rider, Gaël Deverware. And this is sand from the beach of Newport Beach. Next, we'd like to welcome Team Brazil. With their flag bearer, Ingrid Medina, sand pourer Davi Lima, with sand from the beach of Praia Mole in Florianopolis. Next, we welcome Team Canada. Flag bearer, Jonathan Marinovich, sand pourer, Victoria Feige, with sand from the beach of Cox Bay. Next, we welcome Team Chile. Flag bearer Claudia Morales, sand pourer Alter Olivares, with sand from the beach of Las Machas in Arica. Next, let's welcome Team Colombia. Bringing the sand is Freddy Marimon with sand for the beach of Marbella. Next, let's welcome Costa Rica. Flag bearer Natalia Bindas Perez. Sand pourer Dariel Melendez Davila with sand from the beach of Playa Avellanas. All right, next we have Team Denmark. Flag bearer Louisa Hansen. We give a warm welcome back to Bruno Hansen with sand from the beach of Nimindagab Strand. Yeah, my Bruno. Happy to see you, bud. Next, we welcome Team England. Flag bearer Melissa Reed, sand pourer Spike Kane with sand from the beach of St. Agnes. Cheers! Viva la revolution! Next, welcome Team France. With flag bearer Mathieu Goujon, sand pourer Emmanuel Blanchet with sand from the beach of Hossegor. Next, let's welcome Team Germany. With flag bearer Ben Newman, sand pourer Sebastian Bass with sand from Eisbach, Munich, Germany. Next, let's welcome Team Hawaii. Flag bearer Josh Bogle, sand pourer Mira Nelson with sand from the beach of Ho'okipa, island of Maui. Hi, Maya. Let's welcome Team Israel. Their flag bearer, Orit Baron. Sand pourer, Nera Bresler Reuveni, with sand from the beach of Hof Hakshotat and Dolphinarium Beach. Next, we welcome Team Italy. Flag bearer, Stella Papetti. Sand pourer, Marco Volpi, with sand from the beach of Ostia. Next, we welcome Team Japan. Flag bearer Kenjiro Ito. Sand pourer Tomoki Fujiwara with sand from the venue of the first Olympic surfing to Nagasaki Beach in Chiba, Japan. Let's welcome Team Mexico. Flag bearer Martin Diaz, sand for Barbara Garcia with sand from Ensenada, Baja California. Let's welcome Team Portugal. Flag bearer Camilo Abdullah. Sand pour Marta Paso with sand from Praia de São Torpes. Let's welcome Team Puerto Rico. Flag bearer Aleli Medina. Sand pour Sean Ringo with sand for the beach of Quita Beach. Let's welcome Team Saudi Arabia. Representing with flag and sand, Monad Al-Malki, with sand from the beach of Qiddiya near Riyadh. Let's welcome Team South Africa. Flag bearer, Nolutando Makalima. Sand for Raimondo Lessing, with sand from the beach of Kometje, Cape Town, and Eastern Beach, Eastern Cape. Let's welcome Team Spain. Flag bearer, Paloma Unate. Sand pour Sara Almagro, with sand from the beach of Punta Blanca, Tenerife. Let's welcome Team Wales. Flag bearer, Llewellyn Sponge Williams. Sand pour Oliver Von Jones. Sand for the beach of Hell's Mouth, Abersock. Now let's give a warm welcome to our host team, the United States of America. Flag bearer Carter Hess. And the sand will be poured by Ashley Bunting with sand from Panama City and here in Oceanside, California. And now it is my great pleasure to present to you the ISA Technical Director, Eric Kramer, and Guillaume Collin from Team France, who have been nominated to swear an oath for good sportsmanship in the name of all the judges and athletes.
You want to go first? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Eric Kramer, Technical Director of the event. I would like to welcome everybody to Oceanside. I've been a resident of the city for over 45 years, so from the bottom of my heart, once again, I'd like to say welcome to Oceanside. In the name of all judges, we promise to take part in these 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championships, respecting and abiding by the rules and in the spirit of fair play, inclusion, and equality. Together, we stand in solidarity and commit ourselves to surfing without doping, without cheating, without any form of discrimination. We do this for the honor and integrity of our sport, in respect for the fundamental principles of Paralympism, and to make the world a better place through surfing. Thank you, and good luck to everyone.
In the names of all the athletes, we promise to take part in this 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championship, respecting and abiding by the ISA rules and in the spirit of fair play, inclusion, and equality. Together, we stand in solidarity and commit ourselves to surfing without doping, without cheating, without any form of discrimination. We do this for the honor of our teams, in respect for the fundamental principles of Paralympism, and to make the world a better place through surfing. Good to see you.
Thank you very much, G-Man and Eric. And now we have the pleasure to share a recorded message from the ISA president, Fernando Aguirre, who is unfortunately able to be present today.
Good morning, everybody, at the ISA Parasurfing World Championships in Oceanside, California. I wish I would have been there in person, but this is not possible this time, so I'm sending you this message of congratulations. I know this is at the end of the year, and a lot of you have made a lot of efforts to be able to attend the championship and to be part of this yearly pilgrimage in which all parasurfers from around the world come together in peace through surfing. I want to thank the city of Oceanside for hosting us this year. And I want to thank particularly all the delegations, all the national teams, all the athletes, all their entourage, friends, family that come together with you. This is really the United Nations of parasurfing. And I'm very happy in welcoming you for this week of fun times, reconnecting old friendships and creating new friendships. As you know, the ISA has been in an ongoing effort since the very first Parasurfing Championships 10 years ago to include parasurfing in the Paralympic Games. This has not been an easy job. We have a lot of obstacles. Some of you might know or might not know, but the International Olympic Committee and International Paralympic Committee run two different events. They have two different criteria for including new sports. And of course, the Paralympics include less sports than the Olympic Games. So our job is difficult, but when the things get complicated and difficult, we have the same spirit. We just paddle harder to catch that wave. So our aim right now, and we're in the process of seeking inclusion of parasurfing in the Brisbane 2032 Paralympic Games in Australia. So stay connected, do your part, use your social media, and let's be sure that every effort that we can collectively make, we will make, so this dream of Paralympic participation for parasurfing becomes a reality. I wish every one of you the best in the competition. And while we all know that a few of you will go home with medals, my hope is that all of you will enjoy this moment in the year in which you are representing your country and you are already a champion, and that's what you are, representing your country. So best for everybody. Again, thank you to the city of Oceanside, and thank you to all our volunteers, and thank you to everybody that has been doing a great job behind curtains to make this event happen. It's never easy. Many times we have hurdles, but we are having the event this year in Oceanside. Enjoy it. Hope to see you soon.
Thank you, President Aguirre. And now it is my privilege to introduce you to the Deputy Mayor of Oceanside, the Honorable Eric Joyce.
Good morning. Yeah, let's go. There's some waves out there, all right? On behalf of the people of Oceanside, I would like to welcome you to our humble city. This is a really, really exciting day. It's a tremendous honor to be the host city for the 2025 Parasurfing World Championships. It's absolutely our pleasure to host you here. I want to thank the ISA. I want to thank Visit Oceanside. I want to thank the city staff that worked on this, the judges, the families, and the athletes who took the tremendous step to represent their countries here at the World Championships. You know, the ocean is such a powerful thing. It has the power to reshape our entire Earth. It has the power to touch individuals, and it has the power to bring us all together today. So again, you know, I want to welcome you to Oceanside that has a deep, long, and beautiful history of surfing. It's many, many chapters long, but you write the next chapter today. I wish good luck to everyone that's competing. I'll have to root for the home team, but I do hope that everybody leaves here with a barrel. I hope you get barreled while you're here. Everybody gets barreled, especially tomorrow morning. It looks really good, so I'll be out there somewhere down the beach. I hope you all also take the spirit of Oceanside with you back to your home countries. And once again, I really appreciate you being here. It's a tremendous honor, and good luck.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Joyce. So now I'd like to invite all of the flag bearers back up to the front. Invitamos a todos los portabanderas a volver aquí enfrente.
There we go. How are you, my friend? There we go. Woo! Oh, little competition going on. That's okay. What's up, dude?
And now I invite up the ISA Executive Director, Robert Fasulo, who will officially declare the 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championship open.
Hello. On behalf of the ISA President and the ISA family, it is my honor and privilege to declare the 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championship in Oceanside, California, USA, officially open. Woo!
Welcome, surf fans. We are live from beautiful Oceanside, California. This is the ISA World Para Surfing Championships 2025 edition. And we're getting a late start today in competition because this morning, the always beautiful and impressive opening ceremonies, along with the Parade of Nations and the Sands of the World, went down right here on the boardwalk in Oceanside, California. So to get things kicked off, I am Chris Cote. This is Anthony Vela. We are very excited to get this event up and running. The waves are pumping. It's going to be a big challenge here in the afternoon with the wind swirling around and this much swell. But Anthony, we have some incredible competitors here. We've got 32 returning medalists that will be competing this year. And as you see, our competitors making out. Welcome to Oceanside. Welcome to the Para Surfing Championships.
Stoked to be here, watching these competitors, and also in the booth with you. You see on that last shot, the water's just moving around all different directions. It's going to be challenging. You can see there in our drone shot, the iconic Oceanside Pier. We're at the north side. Surfers surf on both sides of the pier, but today we're going to be on the north side of the pier. Some great lefts coming off the pier into that rip current there. And, of course, they're going to be using that little alleyway next to the pier to try to paddle out. That's going to be the trick today. Some of those sets are way overhead, so how do they make it back out to try to get their scoring rides in each heat?
Yeah, and for this much swell and this much wind here in the afternoon, the good thing is, like you said, that little conveyor belt kind of pulls our surfers out to the takeoff zone. So there is one thing that might become easy for these surfers. But right now we're going to see Maxine Clarkin, Suguro Nara, Jacopo Lucchini, and Yvonne Rohr, and of course an international field, as is always present here in ISA competition. Now, this one's going to start off with 4 surfers in the water in these early rounds. Between 3 and 4 surfers, generally speaking, the top 2 surfers will advance through. 3rd and 4th place surfers head to the repechage rounds. So we're sending the men out into the lineup first, and Anthony, with so many different divisions, these Para Surfing Championships are always super exciting because it seems like things change with each and every heat. The take to the water, you see a very stoked Team Japan. Cannot wait to see what Team Japan fields in the water this year. They always come correct with incredible teams on every level of ISA competition, from juniors to SUP, all the way up to the World Surfing Games. So star-studded, power-pack teams. And Anthony, maybe you could tell a little bit more about, we're almost seeing clear water right next to the pier. So is that kind of the easy way out for some of these surfers?
For sure, that's the easy way out. And then you can see on the other side, there's a lot of kind of murky white water. And we have a little bit of wind, but I think it's more the tide and the swell and the low tide that's kind of causing those bumps in combination with the wind. And you can see, you talked about the conveyor belt to get out through the surf, but also that rip current is going right through the lineup. So just to stay in place, just to hold their position, they're going to have to continue paddling the whole heat. It's going to be a tiring event. We see the forecast for the week. Looks like we have waves most of the days, and it looks small now, but when those sets come, it is a legitimate swell.
Oh, for sure. Well overhead and super consistent. This is one of our first really solid swells of the late fall going into winter. But there is opportunity. This little right that pops up just to the north side of the pier where these surfers are standing, gives some opportunity for some open face. It's going to be a little bit more rough as you get away from the pier. You see some closeouts on those bigger sets today. So in the water right now for Team Japan, Suguro Nara. No waves ridden yet. 20 minutes for each heat here in these opening rounds. We're at about 18 and a half to go. But beautiful weather conditions. It's been nice and sunny throughout. A little cloud cover came in this afternoon, which is actually kind of a blessing for us because it keeps it nice and cool. So we see first surfer up and at it. It's your surfer representing Japan, though, is Suguro Nara. One quick turn, didn't quite come down from it, but you can see kind of where these surfers are looking for these waves. That right that goes into the pier gives at least a shot. If you're anywhere up and down this beach, I dealt with it this morning myself. Big closeout sets coming through it. Most of the beach breaks around San Diego County. So this pier really gives these surfers a great opportunity. We see surfer in red, Clarkin, Team France up and down real quick.
Yeah, and you can see the Segura from Japan not even paddling out, just paddling parallel with shore to get right into that rip current next to the pier to take the escalator out. And it's a couple of different positioning tactics. You can see one of our surfers is out further in the lineup looking for kind of those set waves, hoping for a big score. Of course, the judges want to see, we see a replay of our surfer in white. More on the inside, I was just talking about different position, trying to get his heat started, and a replay of our surfer in blue. This is the one you were talking us through, up and down. Didn't make it off the lip on that wave, so that's going to be an incomplete ride. But again, he's getting his feet wet, getting a score on the board, and we have the event started.
Oh, I love that. It's pretty rare to start the first day of competition in the afternoon, but again, ISA does things differently. We do start with a beautiful ceremony welcoming our 24 national teams, 137 athletes, and we have one new nation to welcome to ISA competition. That is Belgium. So welcome Team Belgium, fielding athletes here for their first time here at the Parasurfing World Championships. We're going to crown gold medalists by the end of the week. And of course, that Team Gold, which the last 2 years, Team France has taken that one. The 2 years previous, it was Team USA. So we'll see what happens. There's a lot of surfing to get through until we get to that podium. So with 16:13 to go, Nara representing Team Japan with a 2.33. And you've got Roar, Team Argentina with a 1.67. Clarkin with a 0.77. You get to see Lucchini take off for Team Italy. But the fans have come out already. It is Sunday. We're going to be going all throughout the week. And Anthony, you said it, plenty of swell throughout the entire week. And Oceanside is considered one of the most consistent waves, I'd say, in the world. You know, it kind of, every day you come down here, even if it's dead flat everywhere, there's always a little something. So we're set for the next 7 days of competition.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I live in San Clemente, and here we see live action. That's our surfer in yellow, green, just quick up and down. But you'll also see in the water some people swimming in orange jerseys, and that's our safety team. So they're going to help the surfers there on the left, bottom left side of the screen. They're keeping our surfers away from the pilings and just there to help in case anything's needed. And they're going to have their work cut out for them this week. I'm assuming they're going to have fins on, swimming in that rip current all day. And interesting tactic right there. Smart, just kind of walking back to the south towards the pier to get in position for another ride. New competitor this year from France, and Maxime. We've seen on a wave, and there is our surfer from Argentina. So Maxime, the youngest competitor in this heat, just 15 years old. We see a huge age range in these competitors, and it's great to see some of the younger kids getting involved, kind of getting ready that next generation. Maxime, born from Kiwi parents, but they made their way to France and got him into surfing, also snowboarding as well. And so a lot of our athletes, they're dual sport athletes because they get bored and they just want to be active the whole time. So when the waves aren't good, you go to the mountains. When the snowboarding's not good, you go to the waves.
That's a great point. That really is a tenet of the surfers that we see here at the ISA Parasurfing World Championships. I mean, you go to any one of these athletes' Instagram page, and you're right, you're going to see skating, you're going to see snowboarding, supping. I mean, you're going to see it all. This is a serious field of competitors we have here in 2025. There's a quick up and out. Your surfer representing Italy. Lucchini. So 13:35 left. A 2.33, the high mark so far. That was from Suguru Nara, 41 years old, born in Chiba. And his favorite break is North Chiba. Rides longboards, mid-lengths. I think he's probably on about a 7-foot board, it looks right now. It looks like a mid-length, which is a pretty good decision just to kind of get yourself out there and get into the waves. There you see Nara, current leader. And his hobbies, I like this hobby, playing with his dog.
That's a solid hobby there. And we haven't had one of those kind of bigger, proper set waves. And if one of the competitors can get on one of those waves, that'll really open up the scores. Everyone just getting settled, the tide filling in, which is going to make the conditions better as we go through each of these heats. So we saw a low tide right around 12:45, 0.4 low tide, which is, you can see there, the sand. And here's our surfer in blue having a look.
Yeah, Nara gets to his feet. Pretty gnarly drop to start this wave, so got to give Seguru full credit for maintaining his composure. And there's a lot happening on each and every wave. You can see all the chunks and bumps coming up the faces of these waves. And so for these competitors, you know, it's of course about identifying the space on the wave where they can get the most points, but also kind of just trying to control all the chaos that's happening out in the lineup right now. So Nara is going to use the tactic of kind of making his way into shallow water, most likely run up the beach, right back under the pier to the conveyor belt to get right back into the takeoff zone. So he's going to try to get something close to that 2-3-3. He's definitely going to get rid of that 0. But yeah, there's his mid-length board. Probably looks about 7 foot, 7'2".
Beautiful wax job on that as well. You can tell fresh wax on the board for maybe the change of temperature for Oceanside. Water somewhere just below 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Not sure what it's like in Chiba right now, but great waves in Chiba.
Chiba is almost like the ocean side of Japan. You know?
I would have to agree with that. And so we're in the men's stand 1 division. So the men's stand 1, those are surfers who ride waves in a standing position with some sort of upper body impairment. So you'll see maybe, you know, a little, no hand, you know, no arm on one side, but they've got to paddle in on their own. So there's no assistance.
Right.
They've got to do everything all on their own. And it's tough out there. 100% it is tough.
I mean, yeah, anytime you're going to surf here in Oceanside with a swell like this, especially in the afternoon, you're going to have to work for it. So I just give these surfers a lot of credit for their tenacity to just keep at it. Your surfer in white right now is making his way back into that takeoff zone. Here's your event schedule for the week. So our opening ceremony was epic. Competition starting right at 1 o'clock. Monday through Thursday, we're going to be here at the pier. And finals day will be Friday. And of course, you do not want to miss the the closing ceremony for the ISA. Always a spectacle. And the Sands of the World was this morning. That is a event unique to ISA competition. It is a way to bring together all of our competitors and all the nations they represent, because we are a family. So when you unite the Sands, you're uniting the surfing tribes.
And it's not only a ceremonial process. It's also aesthetic, where you see the sand going into a clear glass jar, and there's all different colors, which is, I think, you know, representative of what the sand means as well. And so it's fun to watch, and it's aesthetically pleasing just seeing the colors from the different sands from around the world.
Yeah, and it's a really cool thing. I think Fernando Aguirre, our fearless leader, came up with this idea. And if you want to see exactly how it works, check this out. The ISA Sands of the World ceremony.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and you know, it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans.
The ISA's main goal, a better world through surfing. And I think with each and every event that the ISA puts on all over the world, I mean, you can feel the ramifications, the positivity the ISA brings and leaves, you know, these different surfing regions. You will see that this week in Oceanside. And if you've been to El Salvador lately, you'll see right in the airport, Sands of the World box right there. One of the first things you see when you get off the plane. Super cool. See all these countries really embracing surfing and welcoming the ISA to their shores. 7 minutes, 15 seconds left. Nara still in the lead. His second wave comes through at a 1.67. Lucchini, 2.13 and a 1.33 in second place. Van Rohr, Argentina, currently in third, and Maxime Clarkin, 0.77, trying to get his campaign rolling through. Overview of the iconic Oceanside Pier. Chris Cote here with Anthony Vela. Anthony, as a lifeguard in Los Angeles County for over 20 years, when you look at conditions like this, is your first instinct to grab your board and paddle out, or are you gonna maybe wait and assess the conditions a little bit? Because obviously it's gonna be a challenge. The good news is there's plenty of waves coming through.
Yeah, it's an interesting question because, you know, when the waves are good and the wind's perfect, there's a lot of surfers out, especially at Oceanside. So in these conditions, there's always that gem. There's always that diamond in the rough where kind of the right tide, there's maybe 20 or 30 minutes where the waves might get really good. So to answer your question, no, the first instinct is not to grab your board. But when the conditions are like this in a contest, you know, the athletes have coaches, they have teammates, they talk about the conditions. They've been here for a few days watching how the conditions change. There we see our surfline forecast. So 3 to 4 foot south-southwest swell. Oh, late takeoff.
Nara just sending it right there. Nothing wrong with that. You got to go for it. 5.5 left. And there, see these little waves that are coming through right there. I think the medium set waves, like you said, could be those diamonds in the rough out there. Here's Nara. I believe he's going to make his way. So you see his kind of tactic of, you know, doesn't want to go ahead and try his best, or doesn't want to try too hard to paddle against the current because he knows that's kind of a fool's errand today with so much current pushing north. So he's going to come to the beach, take a quick jog right to the base of the pier, and he'll get right back out there. So your men's stand 1 in the water right now. So all week long, you're going to see these classifications come on screen. We're going to do our best to explain to you the various classifications that these surfers be surfing under. So Jacopo Lucchini currently in second place position. What a story. 35 years old, born in Florence. And basically, he does it all. Climbing, snowboarding. He is an adaptive snowboarder from the Tuscany region of Italy. And he not only snowboards, but he's also an instructor, 2-time World Cup winner in snowboard cross. He did get a bronze medalist at Dew Tour. And, I mean, his accolades are stacked. He's done so much in the world of snowboarding and in the world of surfing. And I feel like every time I come to one of these ISA events and start the commentary train, every single surfer that takes to the water is worthy of a documentary. I mean, you read the bios, isasurf.org, click on the teams tab, and you can go in and find out everything about all these team riders. And let me tell you, some of these stories, they run deep. Not only inspirational, but just interesting and awesome. I mean, a lot of these surfers have been in the Paralympics. They've competed all over the world in different sports. So you've got some serious world-class athletes in the draw, Anthony.
Oh, here's our first left, Maxime Clarkin. He was in position waiting for that one for a while, the youngster. And, you know, he didn't do any maneuvers per se, but I think the judges are going to reward him for the late drop, for the criticalness of that. And it's not going to be a huge score, but I think that's for sure the best drop of the day we've seen so far.
No doubt. I mean, yeah, the judges start to give you credit the second you get on your feet. Hands leave the rail. And here's Nara's good opener. Almost got that frontside snap.
surfer from Argentina on working the inside. And there we see quick up and down. Late takeoff from our surfer from Japan. Going for a length of ride. And I like this, falls down, gets right back up. And nothing happening on the inside, but it's a positional maneuver also to take it all the way to the shore. And here's that last ride. Beautiful late drop by Maxime. Trying to go off the whitewater, but not enough water yet. Tide still filling in. And the judges do reward him 3.07 for a late drop to a off the lip attempt. I think perfectly scored.
You know, you think of the criteria. You got to be in the most critical section of the wave. You know, you want to be getting radical. You want to be going fast. You want to excite the judges. So a late drop like that, full commitment, you know, that warrants the highest single wave score of this heat so far. Maxime comes to Oceanside with an incredible story of his own. He's got 3rd place in the World Parasurf Championships in 2024. And his hobbies are radical. Show jumping, polo, dressage, tennis, skateboarding, snowboarding. Kid's a hammer. And it makes sense. His dad is a professional rugby player, moved to France at a very young age. He speaks French and English. This summer they moved to Nice. And he says he's lucky enough to be a double sports athlete. He is on the France para snowboard team. So he has competed in the Paralympics as well. And he's pretty excited because Nice is going to be the home to the Winter Olympics and Paralympics in 2030. Currently going to school, but right now taking a break from school to shred here in Oceanside as part of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. And just like this, our first heat of the event is almost up. Nara and Clarkin in the 1 and 2 spots. Lucchini in 3rd for now, needing a 1.72. Jan Rohr is in 4th, needing a 2.68. 40 seconds left.
And I am going to go for it and try to say the French word of the espoir. He is selected, talking about Maxime from France, as a rising talent in France. I was waiting for you to read that part also, but I was going to see if you were going to steer away from it or go for it. So, like you said, I really love that as this heat winds down. All of these athletes are bio is warranted for each of them. Some incredible stories, and we're going to see some incredible surfing.
Well, with 3 seconds left, our first heat is in the books for stand 1, round 1, heat 1. It's going to be Japan and France moving through. Nara and Larkin.
How's that river right there? It is just so much water moving out. That rip current is playing havoc in the lineup, and I believe the conditions are going to clean up as the tide continues to fill in. The rip currents will kind of get more solidified and not all over the place, and we're going to see some good surfing as we did in that heat, but later in the day I think it's going to get better and better.
Glass off. I like those 2 words together. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back with more from stand 1. Heat 2 coming right up after these brief messages.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my 2nd wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
That's a really cool piece on Liv, who we are so happy to have as one of our fellow commentators on the team this year. And she is an incredible surfer and just an overall awesome human being. We got a great crew down here, and we were right into it. First heat in the books. And we got men's stand 1, round 1, heat 2, taking to the water right now. Chris Cote here with Anthony Villa. And here's your lineup. Well, that's who we just saw in the water previously. We saw Nara and Clarkin move through, Lucchini and Rohr heading into the repechage rounds. Heat 2, another solid foursome. They're already ready to rock and roll. Quick snap right there. That was Davi Lima. You're going to see Clement Clavand, Camille Abdullah, and Ant Smith. So we got South Africa, Portugal, Brazil, and France represented in international superheat as usual here in ISA competition. Ooh, so that's a nice angle right there. You can see that when these waves kind of hug the pier, they clean up a little bit. Solid cut back there for surfer in green. It's Camille Abdullah representing Team Portugal.
Former champion back in 2022 and showing his championship form right there, just straight into it, right off the gun.
It was a great start. You saw the little pocket that he had right when he took off, gave him some speed, gets out on the shoulder, is able to throw in a nice carve. And straight behind him, surfer in white, Ant Smith, flying down the line. Big carving snap there, and almost rides out complete. So he will get credit all the way through until the very end. Of course, to leave it up to the judges, but I don't think that's going to be deemed a completed maneuver. Great looking spray, though. I mean, it'd be a good frame grab.
That was
He's got to
awesome.
get back out there and make that turn and really just let the judges know you have to completely ride out of your maneuvers if you want full credit for what you've done on the wave. And right when you said it's going to be cleaning up, I mean, you can already tell. You know, it's starting to get a little bit glassier out here, and that could be trouble right there. This is your surfer in red, representing France. His backhand, riding this one all the way through. He loves the feel of that one. We'll see if the judges deem that an interference. Clement Clavad. So tell me when you're looking at this board, I see a little strap up on the nose as we see surfer in white. Now that's a completed roundhouse cutback for Smith. And he's still at it. So all of these surfers riding totally custom equipment in this division. You see some straps up on the nose in some cases, and that's just to help with stability, to help pull yourself up when you want to stand up.
And I think to help duck dive or turtle roll under the waves also, because it's not just getting on the wave, it's getting to the wave, as we see some great replays. Here's that first ride from our South African surfer, 55 years old and crushing it out there. There's a whitewater takeoff from our surfer in blue, the Brazilian, Davi Lima. And he's going, this is just a positional kind of repositioning himself. And then there is our surfer, there he is again. So that was, I think, the first one. And then he took the whitewater in, and our surfer in green, Abdullah, the former champion, on a good-looking wave. A little less critical than our South African surfer, and here's his last one, just a beautiful wave, getting through the double up there, finds his pocket, gets some speed, and throws some spray on his competitor.
Yeah.
A flurry. Oh, one more, the late takeoff. And so here you're talking about maybe some trouble, possible interference, but the judges are looking if it interferes the scoring criteria, and I think those were kind of two separate section waves, so I don't think that will be an interference, but I'm not a judge.
Yeah, it did. It felt like he was far enough over, but yeah, we'll see what they have to say here. So our first heat is in the books. And while we wait for the scores to come through, let's go down to the beach. We've got Shannon Hughes standing by with the winner of our first heat of the event.
Thanks so much. I'm here with Suguru Nara. Congratulations. It's the first heat win of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships for 2025. How did it feel to get out there and find a couple of waves?
2025年の一発目の試合でのまず第1ヒートの勝者なんですけども、出ていてどうやって波を見つけましたか？
波を見つけるのはとても難しくて、でも来た波、自分のモチベーションが上がる、いい波、自分ができるすべてを尽くすっていうことを考えていたので、それができて嬉しいです。
It was really hard to find the waves, but whenever it comes, like I was able to do whatever I could do there. So I'm very happy to be past this heat.
Amazing. Well, a heat win is a huge advantage for the rest of the week here. What has it been like being able to represent Team Japan in your preparation to come for this event?
そうこの日本を代表するこのにあたってどのようにこう準備をしてきましたか。
去年この大会に出させていただいて、それから1年間ここに戻ってくるために365日ここのことを考えてきました。その記念すべき一発目で僕が来て、これは僕にとっても記念で、チームジャパンにとっても記念なので、これからも頑張ります。
I've been last year I surfed as well for this contest, and then for these 365 days I've been just thinking about this contest coming back here, and then this is very celebration for the Japanese team as well as it's a celebration for myself as well as it's for the Japanese or the whole Japanese team as well.
Incredible. Well, I love that dedication, that passion. 365 days thinking about this is incredible. Would you like to say anything to your fan base back at home in Japan?
日本語で何か日本のファン家族の方に。
そうですね。障害を持っていて、僕みたいにサーフィンしてる人、僕より上手い人、日本にいっぱいいると思います。僕も頑張ってますので、一緒に頑張りましょう。ありがとうございました。
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Shannon. Congrats, Nara, our first winner of the event. He'll be moving through into the next round. So we have Heat 2 in the water right now. Men's Stand 1. We'll be getting through round 1 this afternoon. Live from Oceanside, California. And again, you're looking at the bios for all these surfers. Your current leader, Ant Smith, representing South Africa. 55 years young. His favorite spot is Seal Point, but he gets involved all over the coast of South Africa. He loves surfing J-Bay. And his hobbies, yep, they're gnarly. Trail running, mountain biking, cold water immersion. Maybe he's trunking it at J-Bay throughout the year. That's pretty cool. Well, his boards, he says, so he rides, quote, regular boards, but the volume is shifted up towards the nose a little bit. Kind of keep that volume under his chest just to give him a little bit of added help with paddling. And he is an extreme athlete with over 300 skydives, as you see now up on screen. Davi Lima, nice big snap there for Davi. You can see maximizing the energy provided by this wave all the way through to the inside and jumps over switch stance. All right, so now we're seeing some serious surfing happening in front of us. Davi right there, not messing around on that last wave, smashed it all the way through. Now late drop, head dip into oblivion for Ant Smith. So it's really becoming a Ant v Davi kind of competition out in this heat right now. We've seen a couple looks from Camille Abdullah. He's got a decent score at 3.67, but the big number thrown down by Ant Smith, a 7.67, highest score of the day so far.
And you can see some of the J-Bay in his surfing on that right, you know, kind of double up sections, and he was able to read that wave beautifully and navigate it. And here's great strategy from our Brazilian surfer, paddled further north and got this wave away from everybody. Beautiful off the top there, and carries his speed into this next turn. Shorter turn, but then you can tell his skateboarding comes out right here. Just a fun little switch stance, which is his body language to say he's stoked with that wave.
And he's back at it. Kid's on fire right now. Davi Lima, he comes through with a 6.5. So the judges loving the combination of major maneuvers. I mean, he read that wave perfectly. Not an easy wave to surf, but sure made it look good. Real quick. And, you know, so the speed, power, flow equation is going to be going on through the entire week. And right now, you'd have to give the speed element over to Davi. Power, though, with Ant Smith, his big carves he's been doing. These guys are really putting on a show for all of us watching. And from wherever you're watching around the world, we'd love to hear from you. Who are you cheering for? Which team do you think is going to take the gold at the end of the week? Tag us at ISA Surf. And we'll do our best to read all your comments and hopefully give these surfers all the support that you're giving them from wherever you are in the world. As we see Davi again, That was a super critical section. This kid's 15 years old from Natal in Brazil. And he's been all over the world surfing. He is a champion from Brazil, so a Brazilian national champion.
He lists swimming as one of his sports that he does, and you can see it in how fast he paddles. You can tell there's a little bit of a swimming background, and the spry 15-year-old is staying busy, and you can see there his position. He's further, if you're looking, the top of the screen is south, the bottom of the screen is north. So he's kind of in his own little section, not there to compete with the other guys for waves, competing in this heat, obviously, but has his own section, which it's a little harder to paddle out there. So he's taken that risk, and it's paying off so far.
Yeah, that was his last wave that he attempted. That big backside snap on him was his 7th wave ridden. Still plenty of time to go. So you can see the Grom out there in the lineup is having a field day here. He's got a 6.5. He's got a 2.57 as a backup. Meanwhile, your leader, the other side, the veteran, 55 years old, Ant Smith, has 4 waves ridden, but he did damage on each and every one with a 5.17 and a 7.67. And at the moment, Camillo needs a 5.74, and Clement needs a 6.21. Plenty of time left to go. Still in the conversation to potentially advance through.
And that 6.5 from Davi was on a smaller wave, and so it'd be really interesting to see what he would do if he gets one of the bigger waves with a little bit more speed. You can tell his flexibility is coming out as he's surfing, and there you see the lineup again. Interesting in this division that's been going on since 2020, 5 years of the men's stand 1. 3 of the times have been won by a Brazilian surfer, and 1 time by our surfer in the water, Camilo Abdullah. So if you speak Portuguese, you are likely to win this division.
It's a great overview of what these competitors are dealing with. I mean, it's almost like whirlpools swirling around in some of these zones. But Davi Lima, no worries. I mean, there you see the separation he's kind of put between himself and his fellow competitors. And so far it's working. I mean, he's pretty solidly in 2nd place. It's going to be tough when one of your competitors has nearly an 8 and already a solid backup. So Ant Smith, that veteran knowledge coming through out here. Get a quick look there. There is priority in play.
Ant Smith, also a 2-time world champion back in 2016, the inaugural event, and 2018 as well. The division's been reclassified. It was AS1, which is now turned in, and here we see some live action. That is our 2022 champion. Not a whole lot of speed and power, waiting for the inside section on this one as he looks back out to the ocean.
Here we go again, Davi. I mean, this guy has so much control over this board. You can see that's just a proper little short board, easily making his way down the line. I mean, that wave was nothing. It did not give him any help, but he still generated plenty of speed, got straight over to where he is going to get that easy paddle back out. And after this heat, we're going to switch things over to men's stand 2 in the main round.
And I love how Davi gets up and over the lip on all of his waves. He's really using that speed to get up and over, which, again, with the limited time we have left, just under 5 minutes, I'd love to see him get a proper set wave to see how he can score, maybe get up into the excellent range.
Yeah, as we started competition today, unbelievably, 32 former gold medalists in the draw. I mean, that has to be some kind of record for ISA competition. 32 gold medalists. That's 32 world champions. And, we have a lot of different divisions that we're going to be cycling throughout the week. And you're going to, yep, guess who? Davi again. Quick snap there. And this, I mean, I'm becoming a big fan with each and every wave that Davi surfs. There's no reason he should have even made that turn, but he just willed himself back into the waves. We see now Ant slashing this wave from the jump. Could have a nice little inside reward section here. Little quick 360 pull out, and you can tell he is stoked. Davi making the long trip from South Africa all the way here to Oceanside, California. Current leader, may have just improved on the 517. And we'll see what Davi Lima got for his last wave. He's looking to better a 493 as his backup. Just over 3 minutes now to go. Third and fourth place still in this. Take one solid wave each. You got Camilo needing a 776, and Clavad needs a 823. It would have to be a really good wave for each of those surfers, but as we've seen in every iteration of ISA competition, anything is possible until the buzzer blows.
And we're looking at a replay that is a heat recap. Camilo Abdullah from Portugal. He's using that bunny hopping technique to get into this inside section, hoping for more. The wave kind of dies out. And there is Davi Lima up and over the lip right there. You can see him jumping into that next section, the 15-year-old. He's looking for sponsorship. If you're out there, I'm going out on a limb. I know it's only the first heat, but he will be a world champion one day. There's a late takeoff from Davi, carrying that speed.
How did he make this? That was wild. I mean, should we start a company and sponsor Davi?
100%. Oh, Ant-Man. There's a South African, the veteran, just on rail, cutting back into the whitewater. I love how low and compact he gets in that, and beautiful style as well from our South African surfer and current heat leader.
I mean, he must have read the judging criteria, because that was exactly the combination of major maneuvers that they want to see. And here we go. Clement Clavad, Team France, up and riding now on his backhand, gunning towards the pier. So a nice ride there for your surfer in red, Clement Clavad. So Team France has had a lot of success in every facet of ISA competition, including here at the Parasurfing World Championships. Quick up and down there for Camilo Abdullah. And there's the emotion. I mean, you enter a contest at this level. This is a world championship, so you know the stakes are high, and you know that each and every one of these surfers is putting everything they have into these opening round heats.
Kind of looked like he was looking for the tube ride there. You can see he stalled just a little bit. We're going to have some tubes this week, I think.
Oh, for sure.
It's going to be, and the conditions are just right, and these surfers, they know exactly what they're looking for, and it's going to be a fun week of surf. The forecast it looks beautiful for the entire week. Waves on the forecast, and it's going to be fun.
Yeah, and this little zone really provides, especially when the waves are glassy, as we see Davi now coming back around this section. Big snap there, lightning fast. Another blows the tail, goes down. But this right, you're going to see it. When we get back down here early tomorrow morning, maybe even right before sunset tonight, that right, known as the Pier Bowl right, seriously can provide really solid waves and the potential for a tube ride. So at the end of that round one, heat two, is Ant Smith unofficially getting the win for now. Davi Lima in second, Camilo Abdullah third, and Clement Clavad in fourth place. So that heat right there, I mean, providing some fireworks, some big scores coming through. Our highest score of the day, the 767. Davi came through with a 6.5, so some big numbers coming in from these competitors. And guess what? There's going to be more to come. We're going to get the most out of the afternoon here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. Stay tuned.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused, very short, with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, under your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify for Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Welcome back to beautiful Oceanside, California. This is the ISA World Para Surfing Championships. I'm Chris Cote. I'm joined by Anthony Vela. Now, Anthony, so we have different divisions here. We've been watching Stand 1 earlier this morning. Now we're in the Stand 2 division. And there are some differences here at the ISA Para Surfing Championships to the other ISA events. So not necessarily repechage rounds, but these surfers get multiple opportunities to put up big points.
Yeah, so these two divisions that we're seeing, we just saw the completion of the two opening heats, round 1, men's stand 1. So all surfers will surf round 1, which they just did, and round 2, and then they'll take the top 4 heat scores into the final. 3 heats in men's stand 2. Those 3 heats will surf today. They'll surf again the next time they're up, and then they'll take the top 8 into a semifinal. So our 9 different classifications with male and female on most of those divisions, each of them has a different format, and the format changes depending on how many surfers are in the rounds. Eric Kramer, contest director, putting it all together, and it's a great format to ensure that, hey, if you have a bad first round and there's a second round, and it's a great way to really let these athletes showcase what they can do.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about, right? It's showcasing the talents of these athletes. Of course, part of the goal this year at the Para Surfing Championships is to prove to the Paralympics that surfing absolutely belongs, in the Paralympic Games. As you see the overview right there, I mean, it does sound kind of complicated when you're thinking of all the different rounds and the different things these surfers have to do to advance through. But basically, the easiest way to explain it is go out there and rip, get the attention of the judges, put up big numbers. If you keep doing that heat after heat, you're going to wind up on the podium. And as Liv said in her interview during that commercial break, there is no feeling like having a gold medal draped around your neck, which we will see at the end of the week this week. The surfers are definitely going to have to earn it. We know the swell is going to be pumping throughout the entirety of this year's ISA World Para Surfing Championships. And that's a good thing. Because these athletes, they want to surf the best waves possible. They want to surf pumping swell here in Oceanside. They want to attack the challenge in front of them. And in so many cases for our competitors, some of the surfers in that last heat, citing that, they didn't start surfing till, after they wanted to just prove to themselves, like, oh, I can surf. I'm going to do this. And then, boom, you've got a champion. So it is about, facing the challenges in front of them and getting out there and getting involved. And we're going to see more of that here in men's stand 2, round 1, heat 1. Got Mateo Gojon, Baldir Valleros Enriquez, and Jonathan Marinovich. Canada, Costa Rica, France represented in the water. Anthony, this is going to be a fun one to watch. So a different division now.
So men's stand 1, we saw they have an upper body impairment. Men's stand 2, they have a lower body impairment. All of these, oh, look at this set. They all have to get into the waves and paddle out all on their own. Some divisions have assistance. Men's stand 1, men's stand 2. They have to get into the waves all on their own, and different impairments, upper body or lower body, to separate the divisions. And I'm really looking forward to having Liv Stone on the broadcast. We've seen her in the commercials, and you guys get a chance to listen to her live and, really get into the mind of a parasurfing athlete and gold medalist. So incredible broadcast team, Shannon Hughes and Liv Stone coming up next.
She's an icon.
Yes.
I put her in the icon category for sure. Definitely one of the most popular surfers, you know, in this event for sure. And this year she's giving the rest of the field a chance, isn't she? She's joining the commentary team.
And it's interesting with these shots that are kind of pulled back a little. You can see these huge tidal changes that we're going to have all this week as the moon gets a little bit fuller. But that sand right there that we just saw, it's a little damp. So super low tide, 0.4 today, this afternoon, about 12:45, going all the way up to a 4.8. We had a 6 high tide earlier. So these big tidal changes, the competitors will have to really make some adjustments.
Yeah, no doubt. You know, the swell is going to be pulsing throughout the week for sure. You know, saw a quick look of a surfer out there in yellow, basically one of the assistants, I guess you would say, out in the lineup. And, you know, right now the assistant's job is kind of just oversee things. You know, these surfers in the water, they're not allowed to be aided in catching these waves here in these opening divisions. But as we get through, you know, the work in the water by our volunteer crew, you know, I got to give a lot of praise and thanks to all the volunteers who come down here. And it is a lot of work to be out in the water, swimming around. And you know, of course, the stakes are high, the pressure's high, and we're going to see some serious teamwork come into play as this competition continues on. But as you said earlier, Anthony, right now in men's stand 2, we're looking at lower body ailments. Could be, you know, leg missing from the knee down. We see that in some of our competitors right now. And having no trouble out in the water earlier on. Ant Smith, representing South Africa, just went out and went off. Your winner of the last heat, standing by on the sand.
Yep, thanks guys. I'm here with Ant Smith, winner of the opening round of the men's stand 1 division. And walk me through that heat. You got pocket 7s, and it's pretty tough out there. How'd you feel?
You know, I grew up in surf like that. As a young Grom in the east coast of South Africa, we had a lot of waves, little bowl waves onshore. Our parents would drop us at the beach, and then you would surf whatever was there, you know. And I had a lot of practice. I haven't done that for a while, but I guess all those hours in there came through, and I had to lean on that. And I feel so stoked that I've got the butterflies out my tummy, you know.
Yeah, 2-time Parasurf World Champion here. What do you take from that experience in the past? What do you bring to it now this year?
That's a tough question. I don't know. It doesn't feel like very much because I still get so nervous. But I guess, you know, you've been here before, and it's you can see it in the other competitors. The new guys, they're nervous and they're overamped, and that makes me feel like, okay, I've been here before. I'm feeling a bit more comfortable in them.
All right, great. Would you like to say anything to your support crew back at home in South Africa? You're living here now, but would you like to say anything to them?
I'd love to. Everybody who supported us back home, you know, our family, our friends, the people who supported our team, we're just forever grateful, and the best we can do is do our best, you know. So, yeah, thank you to everybody at home. And I'd also like to add a good friend of ours and a legend of our sport, Felipe Kizu, and Diana, his wife, having a baby pretty soon, and he's not here this contest, but all the best to them, and I hope you have a wonderful little girl or boy. Oh, I can't tell the name, but it's a little boy.
Super exciting, Ant. Thanks so much for that, and good luck for the rest of the contest.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much. And that is the stoke that we love to see. You know, pretty cool that he went out there and you could tell all business. I mean, he basically took the lead early, controlled the entire heat, comes to the sand, you know, takes the business suit off, puts on the stoke hat, and gives us a great interview. And I mean, just gives us another surfer to cheer for in this competition. And, you know, he is definitely now a threat to potentially have another gold medal draped around his neck by the end of the week.
And you know, Chris, what I really love about that interview and about sport in general was you can just see the childlike smile and stoke, like you mentioned, on his face. You know, that's the beauty of sport. There's no age barriers or anything like that. You can be a 55-year-old surfer, have butterflies, go out there and rip, and you get out of the water like you're 15 years old.
Oh, yeah.
And it's so awesome to see that, and that's why I love sport.
You know, he had the feeling of a grommet right there, didn't he?
Yes.
He was so hyped, and great heat surf. He moved on through with Davi representing Brazil in the water right now. Got Mathieu Gaujon Just 1.40. So these surfers right now with 10.5 minutes left, looking to get things rolling. No easy task as you see all this water moving around here on the north side of Oceanside Pier. And Anthony, as we see our surfers just trying to find that sweet spot. It is a little bit like a needle in a haystack out here, but it looks like surfer in blue, Enriquez, gets to his feet, makes the drop, gonna put up a score on the board.
And I believe a little trickier for the stand 2 surfers, having that lower body impairment. You know, with the upper body impairment, your legs can get kind of into the wave a little bit quicker, as you see some mental preparation and visualization happening on the sand from our surfer coming up in Puerto Rico. But with the lower body impairment, it takes a little bit longer. You can see they have to swing the leg around, and then beautiful arcing cutback right there from our surfer from Canada, and that is Marinovich getting a score on the board.
Great wave. I mean, controlled the drop perfectly. And the subtleties, right, that you saw he had, as he got up, like you said, he has to swing his leg around, get that front foot planted. And once he got to his feet, I mean, you could tell complete control. He's going to be well rewarded for that wave. You know, from beginning to end, just nicely ridden and read. You know, he saw the sections coming at him. He was able to fit a nice cut back. So that's going to be a solid chunk of points there for Marinovich. A little nugget.
Beautiful chip in right there, and just carries that speed off the bottom, goes off the top, and again, that wave doubles up. Unfortunately, there wasn't another double up section, but he got some speed. He had a little bit of power in there as well, and that's got to feel good to get that wave.
Down to 840 now. Marinovich waits for his scores to come through. So far, as we expected, the highest single wave score of this heat. It's a 4.67, so a nice mid-ranger there for Team Canada. And in the water for the Puerto Vida Nation of Costa Rica, Valdir Vallejos, 43 years old. He surfs a lot at Playa Lagartillo. He's sponsored by Lola's Restaurant. That is a sweet sponsor, no doubt. He is a national champion from Costa Rica, which is something you're going to hear a lot in this field of competitors. We're probably looking at about 75% of the field competing here today as national champions of where they're coming from. It's just like that, right? We get the best pair of surfers from each nation to compete here, and you know, it's not an easy qualification, I can tell you that, because we know the parasurfing scene around the world is growing at a rapid pace. So for all of these surfers, just to compete, to earn their spot on the national team and then get one of these coveted spots in the ISA World Parasurfing Championships is a huge accomplishment in itself. But the job starts once you get here to Oceanside, and that's where you can really kind of get your scouting report from the other competitors you're going up against as well.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's why the competition is so fierce here, because they have competed before in their own. Yeah, and that's why the competition is so fierce. You mentioned they're all national champions, or a lot of them are national champions. And so they've competed before. They know, you know, how to deal with the butterflies. They obviously know how to surf and enjoy surfing. And, you know, there's a lot of training that goes into it off the water as well, whether it's through other sports. We saw some mental preparation on the beach there. So these aren't just some guys and girls going out for a fun surf. They're highly trained and skilled athletes. A lot of them with national champions, and a lot of them hoping to become world champions this year.
You know, and the added pressure, but also, you know, the gives you a little bit of a chip on your shoulder when you're competing for your nation, right? I mean, yes, you're doing this for yourself. You want that individual goal, but it feels like an ISA competition. A lot of times it's nation over self when it is a team format. I mean, we've seen it so many times in the past at high-level ISA contests like the ISA World Surfing Games. You know, got to watch firsthand Gabriel Medina flying the Brazilian flag, getting a huge win in Puerto Rico a few years back. And it seems like every time these surfers, you know, get the call up for their national teams, they just surf with a little bit of added gusto. And I think we're going to see that through the week here as well. I mean, the flags are flying on the sand. That's got to give you some inspiration when you're in the water. As you see now, surfer from France. Up and into it. Nice drop right there. Comes around the sections, gets a little carve, straightens off, kind of loses the pace of the wave, but definitely going to get a score in his score line. He's got a 1.43 and a 1.40, so that wave's going to delete one of those, and it comes through quick, a 2.83. So Bouillon on the board.
And just like you said, the judges rewarding that steep drop right there, and that's a maneuver. It was under the lip, but that was still a completed maneuver. And you know, if you're trying to guess how the judges score something like that, they would have liked to have seen him go up and over the whitewater, and the score would have been higher. But again, you know, complimenting the judges, rewarding the late drop, rewarding the turn underneath the lip, and great surfing from Team France right there. And Team France always in the overall team gold medal hunt. So we'll be talking about individual medals, but we'll also be talking about that coveted team title, which is a fun thing to win as well.
Oh, for sure. So Matteo is 36. He's riding a standard shortboard. He is the champion of France. Climbing, biking, swimming, does it all. Competes all over France, including Anglet, one of the surf capitals. In 2024, he became the champion, the French champion, and he did it again in 2025 as the European champion. So, big trophy room in Goujon's house, no doubt. 3:53 to go here. He's currently in second place. Enriquez, representing the Puerto Vida nation of Costa Rica, sitting on a 0.67. So he's looking for one of these diamonds in the rough out here. So Oceanside providing plenty of opportunity for these surfers. Not every wave is going to be great, but we've seen some big scores. So we know that there is opportunity out there today.
Yep, and you know, the ocean, it's the best part about the ocean is that it's always changing. So we saw that last heat where it seemed like every wave was a good high-scoring wave, a combination of the athletes finding the waves, but then also the conditions calming down for that heat. Maybe there wasn't as many set waves. After the set waves, that's when the rip currents are kind of at their strongest. And so we see the beginning of this heat had some clean waves, and now it looks like just the water is moving around a lot. But it's it ebbs and flows with when it is on, meaning there's a lot of good high-scoring rideable waves. And sometimes you get those heats where there aren't very many good high-scoring waves even available.
Couple looks at that last set. So much water moving around. Sometimes these waves have a way of sneaking under the surfers and just bypassing them. But you see Bouillon, Team France, just trying to put himself in the best spot in the lineup. Inside 2.5 minutes now. Maridovic right now only needing that one solid wave to maintain control in the top spot here. That 4.67 looming large in his scoreline. Jean, 2.83 and a 1.47. We got your surfer in green, current leader, Maridovic. So look back at that high-scoring wave. We loved that carve, didn't we?
That was great. And on that replay, I saw a little bit of a kind of head dip sort of thing.
I give that head dip credit for sure.
Nice backside maneuver right there under the lip. Able to ride away from that one. That was a tough recovery, but getting nice and low and compact. And there's beautiful Oceanside Pier.
Yeah, what a venue. The perfect place to hold a competition of this magnitude. See, so much sand on the beach. Swells have kind of formed up this beautiful little sandbar here. And some art for us today.
Yeah, that wasn't there a little while ago.
Something for everybody down here in Oceanside, one of the surf centers of California.
So day one of competition. And once it gets rolling, it's rolling every day.
Oh, yeah.
Somewhere around last year's competition, there were about 1,600 waves that were ridden and scored by our panel of judges, international judges. And we've talked about this scoring criteria they're looking for. So we have live action.
Oh, Bojan with a huge backside whip there. And kind of more to give. Gets the foam snap. And I'm going to say he rode out of that wave. Oh, some carnage. Which, you know, for the spectators, for the fans watching, who doesn't like to see a little bit of friendly carnage every once in a while? Both surfers, they're totally fine. They deal with waves like this all the time. So there's going to be no fear in the lineup as you see Marinovic now. With 10 seconds left, knowing that that's going to be it in this heat at the moment. Marinovic in the lead, representing Team Canada. Bojan did get a great looking last wave. It came through at a 2.83. He's going to maintain his position in second. Baldir, Viejos, Enriquez will be in third. He'll have another chance in this competition. So a big snap there for Bojan. Just helped lock in that second place finish.
And there was that carnage you were talking about. And Surfer in Blue, saw at the end of it, kind of hold up his hand.
Yeah, you got to try to sell it every once in a while to the judges. That's going to be it for round one, heat one here in men's stand two. We're going to field 4 more surfers in the lineup, and we are going to take a quick break. Team USA coming right up after these brief messages. Don't go anywhere. It's the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, under your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
Welcome back to the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. It's a beautiful day here in Oceanside to kick things off. We had the opening ceremony this morning, and we've now got a lot of surfing to get underway for the week. Starting out with the first 6 heats of competition. My name is Shannon Hughes. I am joined by the 3-time ISA gold medalist in Liv Stone. Liv, it's a pleasure to call to action with you.
Oh, super stoked to be here, Shannon.
Wow, we've got so much that we have to look forward to. There's a lot of different categories, a lot of different divisions in parasurfing that we're going to be talking through this week, and that's going to be really exciting. You and I, we're going to get to call some heats from the stand 2 divisions for both the men and the women right now.
Yeah, so stand 2 is surfers who ride waves in a standing position with a lower body impairment below the knee. So for me, I surfed in the para stand 1 division, which is upper body limb differences or some type of body impairment. These classifications basically are made, there's 9 of them, to make it the most fair across all playing fields as much as possible. And yeah, we have the men's stand 2 division. A lot of them surf with prosthetics, and it's pretty critical, the difference between stand 2 and stand 3. And a lot of people don't necessarily understand that having that kneecap being in stand 2 is so important versus stand 3. We've got some action here.
Taking a look at our surfer in white, JP Vaudry from South Africa, up and riding. So there was a couple people taking off on that wave. We're going to leave it in the hands of the judges as far as, you know, who had priority. It is early in the heat. We've got a couple scores that have already dropped through. So there would have been a priority, you know, kind of at least next to a couple of the surfers' names, potentially not all of them at that stage. But
yeah.
We'll have, you know, a little replay to take a look at here as we see JP.
Yeah, not really much on offer for him for that wave. I think he probably just wanted to get a wave under his belt and then go from there. But Green opening up with a fantastic wave.
Morgan Galeffi from Italy. That was a great looking start.
I love that he claimed it.
That score is already through at a 7.67, but we'll get back to that in a moment because Carter Hess had a piece of the action as well. And
Not quite sure who had priority on this one. It'll be interesting to see where the judges go on that. It's always dicey dealing with priority.
It's so tricky, especially when, you know, you're kind of, it's day one of a competition. It's the World Championships. There's a lot of excitement. There's a little bit of stress, some jitters going on as well, and trying to just kind of get used to that competitive space again. And you could imagine there's a little bit of that coming into each of these heats as well when it comes to just making sure to be on it in every single aspect.
Oh, no doubt. Like, priority was something that really definitely stressed me out a lot. I was like always looking at the beach, okay, who has priority? Because dropping in on someone who has priority, ultimately, it could be detrimental to making that next heat or to qualify. And so luckily that's never happened to me, but I can totally see how it can be stressful out there. Not quite sure what's going to happen in that situation. But for those of you who are just tuning in, let's talk a little bit about the importance of priority. Shannon?
Yeah, it is, you know, especially in competitive surfing, when it comes to surfing at this level, having priority next to your name is so important to be able to have wave selection. It means that you get to have first pick of the lineup with any wave that comes through, and that gives you that opportunity to make sure that you're on the wave that has the best scoring potential, as opposed to being stuck in, say, fourth priority out of 1 through 4, where you're just left with whatever everyone else doesn't want.
Right, exactly. Like, having that priority is like, it's like a little wild card you have in your hands. You can keep it in your pocket. You can just wait for the best wave to come through. Not as important on these opening heats, but definitely we're going to see priority come into play later on in the event. For finals day, you have 2 waves and you got priority. Well, you're going to sit on everyone else. It becomes this whole kind of mental game almost. So a wave rolling through here. Let's see who takes off.
All right, so Morgan up and riding just gets caught by the lip, and he'll go down quickly. JP there in the white jersey. He's sitting on 2 scores so far with a heat total of a 3.57. We'll see if he takes off on this wave. We got a couple paddles here as Carter Hess is now up and riding. And he's going to make his way to the open face. So great negotiation of that wave so far. Able to make it into that green face for just a moment, away from that white water. He had a lot of speed going into it. You could see the use of that prosthetic on his front leg as well, helping him to try and get some of those maneuvers connected together. Another wave as we see JP. He's in a great position for that. Connects under the lip. That was a critical you know, section of the wave for sure. Had he been able to pull it off, he would have been looking at a great score.
Yeah, that would have gone to a great score in my opinion. I love to see when competitors, right when they drop in, they go for something critical. The judges love that. Rather than maybe like trying to race down the line and trying to find like a better section, you pop up and you try and hit the lip. The judges will always reward that. So great work from JP there. He's going to be bummed that he couldn't ride out of that. Here's Green up and riding, trying to grind on that inside right that got him started at the beginning of this heat.
Just 19 years old, the youngest by far in the water at the moment. So we've got scores on the board for 3 out of our 4 surfers. The 4th surfer out of Team England, Pegleg Bennett. He's in the lineup wearing that blue jersey, looking for his first wave, and we haven't seen one yet. As we wait for Pegleg to get himself a good score, because he's one of those surfers who has a long running history here at the World Parasurfing Championships. We're going to go down to the beach. We're going to check in with the winner of that last heat. Get a little update on how it is out there.
Yeah, thanks, team. Gujan coming through in the last second with the win from second to first. It must feel good to get that first heat out of the way because it looks pretty challenging out here, I would say.
Yes, it wasn't easy at all. There was a lot of movements in the water, a lot of currents. We had to paddle very hard to not go to Los Angeles. It was quite hard, but I'm very happy to win this heat.
Now, Team France always comes with a strong team. You guys have a lot of team medals in the past. What are you going to do to help your team get back on top of the podium and get those gold medals once again?
Yes, we really want to have the third star on the on the t-shirt. Yes, we are all here with a lot of motivation. We want to stay first of the contest, and we are going to give all we have.
I know you got a lot of friends and family back home watching. You want to give them a message?
Ma doudou, ma famille, merci beaucoup à tous. Je suis très content et merci pour votre soutien et merci les sponsors.
Go Jean, moving through.
Thank you.
Well, super impressive surfing from Goujon. Congratulations. And Team France will be feeling positive with a first place finish for one of their surfers out of today. As we can see a little drone view here, taking a look at a different angle of the break here at Northside in Oceanside.
Yeah, Green just trying to pick off those inside rights. I mean, it makes sense. He doesn't have priority right now, so he can just try and find a wave that opens up, because just because you don't have priority doesn't mean you can't get a good wave.
Couple of scores to talk through as we're down to halfway through this heat already. Live just over 10 minutes remaining. We got 20 minutes on the clock for each of these heats today. Surfer in the lead is the Italian Morgan in the green jersey. He's got a 7.67 from that earlier wave that we saw the replay of. That was a fantastic start for him. Has backed it up with a 3.73 as his second scoring ride. So he's in a very convincing lead, putting an 8.33 requirement on second Carter Hess from the USA to take that leading position. Carter's got a 3.07 and a 2.5 on the board. And then JP Vaudry, he's chasing a 2.68 to take that second place position away from Carter, sitting with a 2.9 and a 2.07. And then we're still waiting on Pegleg Bennett, an absolute legend coming out of England, back on the team now. And he's still looking to just get his first wave. So you can see there with the paddle, we know that he's hungry out there. He just hasn't been able to lock himself into that opening ride.
Yeah, I mean, I was out there earlier. They're pretty.
Yeah, you had to surf.
Yeah, I surfed after opening ceremonies, and it's hard to paddle into the waves today, especially on that inside current. That current's just ripping through the pier and making it just really hard for the athletes to get into. But he'll definitely get one soon for sure. Here comes a wave, so let's see if there's any takers. I think JP's gonna paddle.
Well, before we take a look at that, looks like we've got a replay here. All right, so this was the 7.67 live from Morgan.
I mean, he just threw so much spray on that first turn, had a little check turn, and then finished it with a really solid cutback. So, I mean, it was pretty simple what he did, but he executed really well. And JP's wave taking off on a pretty big set wave here. Slashes at the top, deep bottom turn, cutting back into the whitewash to really try and make that second section. See, he's actually went down on his stomach and then got back up again to get to the section. So interesting strategy there. Love the ingenuity from JP.
All right, so we got a score to come through for last of white. That wave of green was a replay. That was the 7.67, the highest score of this heat so far, one of the highest scores of the day in that high 7 range. Great find. As we're now waiting for that last score of JP to lock in. We got a big week of surfing ahead of us. 9 different divisions that will be competing here, classifications specifically, and we're going to get to see a lot of that, you know, and kind of pick our way and discuss and explain more of what those classifications are. But it's like you said, Liv, it's that opportunity to really try and bring as much fairness into parasurfing as possible to open up so many different classifications.
Yeah, I mean, here's a replay from JP's wave, Shannon.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on this one, Liv?
Yeah, honestly, great wave choice. I think he wanted to go up into the lip a little sooner, but wasn't able to, and just kind of took it easy because he knows he needs to get a good score on the board, so he wants to stick with it as much as possible, not trying to do anything too crazy, nice and smooth, just to get another score to back up his other one, because my guess is he's not happy with his few lower scores. So, I mean, great wave selection.
Yeah, it gave him some open face. Gave him that opportunity to really dig that rail in. Judges will take into consideration the fact that he went from standing down to his stomach and back to standing again. It is one continuous ride.
Right.
Just gets one score for it, but they'll factor that in when it comes to control, momentum, a couple things like that. Scores reflect that with a 5.33, where maybe if he hadn't gone down to his stomach, it could have been, you know, higher in that 7s range.
Right.
But a great score for him in the context of the heat. 5.33 now for JP, moves him up into second and gives him that better, closer opportunity to take away the leading position. Now chasing only a 6.08 as we see Team USA, the team that you have represented many times in the past.
Yeah, gosh, for 6 years I represented Team USA, so it's great to see them. Sarah Betancourt down there, Kevin Olnick supporting the team, Coach Simmons, and Becky, CEO of USA Surfing. The whole crew's down there. Well, obviously, because we have Carter Hess in the water, surfing for Team USA in the men's stand 2 division, round 1, heat 2. Carter Hess is from Florida, traveling here to the West Coast. Water might be a little bit chillier than he's used to.
Needs to get out a thicker wetsuit, as we saw JP just a quick in and out for that wave, likely not going to factor in, his bottom score being a 2.9 at the moment. And you can see that rip is really starting to factor in, Liv.
Oh man, yeah. When I paddled out there, I caught a left and I tried to get back out to the pier and I was just on a conveyor belt. Like, I don't think I was actually moving for 10 minutes I was paddling. So it's really interesting though. They're staying in the same position and I think it's because right next to the pier, it's not sucking as strong north. But as soon as you get kind of like to the other side, there's this gnarly rip that just takes you all the way to Los Angeles. But there's that nice little pocket right next to the pier that it's still pooling, but not as much. And if you can just stay right there, that's like that sweet spot. And that's where that bowl comes in of that right or that left.
There we can see surfers getting ready for the next heat. That'll be our last heat for men's stand 2 round 1 with 3 heats total for this opening round. And we've got another good looking wave here. Surfer in green having a paddle just a little bit late to the takeoff, unfortunately. You can see with some positioning out there, everyone kind of trying to decide who is going to take off on that wave. Surfer in red currently has first priority. White has second priority. Green had second priority in that situation, so he'll now fall lower down on the priority line.
Yeah, I think he's going to be pretty bummed about that just because he knows he can get that 7.67. He knows he can get that score. Here goes Carter taking off on a bomb. Not quite making it, but that's all right. He waited out there with priority for quite a while, so I'm not surprised to see him go on one of those bombs because I'm thinking, you know, he wants to start building a house, and he has 5 minutes left. So you kind of just have to send it on those bigger waves just because you do need to put a bigger score on the board. So definitely great effort for Carter. Couldn't quite make the drop. I mean, it's pretty punchy out there. Like, even though, like, the tide's coming up, it kind of just, like, picks up and slams and then fades out a little bit on that right and gets a little bit mushy. So holding that takeoff is going to be key today.
4 minutes remaining, so we're into that, you know, the clock is literally ticking down for how much time there is left. Maybe 1 or 2 waves per surfer at this stage. As we take a look at this last wave of Morgan, or sorry, that 7.67 from him from earlier on.
You know what I like about the difference between these 2 waves, and I wanted to touch on it earlier, JP's a little bit kind of stuck where he doesn't have as much flow as you saw from that 7-point ride. And then going down to his stomach and getting back up, there was just a lot of like pauses in between, even pauses between the turns. And the judges love to see that flow that I feel that Morgan really had. Like, he had 3 solid turns, 1 big bang off the top, which was super rewarded for that 7.67. But then he connected it all the way through, almost no pumps. Whereas I felt like JP's was a little bit stalled, a little bit behind, like trying to catch up to the wave, and a little bit shaky.
Yeah, I think flow is exactly what you just described. You know, seeing the flow in Morgan's wave in comparison to the disjointed kind of look that JP's his wave had. You can definitely tell that difference in the scoreline as well, with Morgan getting close to an 8 and JP stuck in that mid-range 5. That said, great position for JP to be sitting in.
Right.
Carter Hess now chasing that 5.17 to take away second. And Pegleg did get himself a wave, so we got a 1.57 on the board for the Englishman. He's now chasing a 6.66 as Morgan is up and riding again. Looking really smooth, making it look like, you know, he surfs waves like this as often as he can, whether it be back in Italy or maybe in that European coastline, France, Portugal, Spain, a lot of those beach breaks in the region that would give similar opportunities to the waves that they're surfing right here at Oceanside today.
Yeah, he looks super comfortable. That board looks great under his feet. So whatever he has going on, this first day. He seems like it's dialed. So be interested to see the post-heat interview just to have him break down that heat a little bit.
Yeah, incredibly good style. I'm excited to see him surfing more throughout the week as well.
Pretty big set coming through the lineup here.
Yeah, that's the first cleanup set that you and I have seen, at least, since we've been in the booth. As we see Carter looking to get to his feet, finds his way there. Unfortunately, the wave shuts down in front of him. Like you said, have been saying, Liv, there's been quite a few of those closeouts.
Yeah, I've noticed that like on the set waves, that left is like a steamroller. I mean, it's really hard to catch up with it. I sat out there in the lineup. I'm like, I'm going to go chase down this left. And then I saw it just like running away from me. I'm like, oh, no, I'm not. Because that's what happened to Carter. You know, it looks like it's going to open a bit, but with the tide being still pretty low, JP trying to paddle into this wave, bit of a closeout. Like I was saying, those set waves tend to just kind of clean up the lineup. And then what I've seen, a lot of the waves with opportunity are the in-betweeners, I like to call them. Just a little bit cleaner, because a lot of times when a set comes through, it can like kind of junk up the lineup a bit. So yeah, that's my 2 cents. We have 53 seconds, and let's see where it ends up here.
Team USA in support of Carter out in the lineup. It's great to see all of those teams down on the beach with the flags, with the
Kevin
team
had
kits.
3 flags that he was holding. Oh, peg leg up and riding.
Up and riding. Able to find himself a second score to back up. He's got a 1.57. He's now got a 1.93 on the board. And he would have a solid requirement on him to be able to get himself farther up that leaderboard. However, great to see him get a little bit of momentum going towards the back half of this heat, get himself that second wave, and surfer with a lot of competitive experience amongst the various parasurfing events that run around the world outside of just the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. He's had some great results in, so great to see him find his way towards the end of this heat. And a huge congratulations to the Italian, the young Morgan Galeffi. Fantastic performance, beautiful style. We're going to see more of that to come throughout this week, and he's going to be a real threat within this division, you know, considering that he just took out the 2024 gold medalist in JP Vaudry.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really liking his style. That 7-point ride was super impressive, especially with conditions that we have on hand, with the wind and the chop. He made it look pretty easy.
Well, let's go to a quick break. When we return, more action. Heat number 3 for men's stand 2 coming up.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Well, welcome back to the action for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. There we see Carter Hess taking off his jersey, finished off in that 3rd place position. We saw Morgan Galeffi of Italy with the win and JP Vaudry of South Africa with 2nd. Pegleg Bennett of England coming in 4th. Now it is a leaderboard, a qualification, 2 qualification rounds to kick things off for this division specifically. As we can see our 4 surfers coming up next: Forrest Weinberg, Kenjiro Ito, Nachman Bolulu, and Sean Reingaud hitting the lineup for our 3rd and final heat of men's round 1 in the stand 2 division. Now, when it comes to that leaderboard, it's going to be the top 8 surfers out of 2 qualifying rounds where everyone gets to surf twice that are going to advance through into the semifinals.
Yeah, great format. I mean, if you don't do that well in your first heat, you have a second heat to do better in. So, yeah, great to be able to surf twice for sure, because I know there's been some contests. Surfing in general, it's like you show up, then you have one heat, and then you don't do so well. So it's great that they have two opportunities.
Especially traveling from so far around the world, all that it takes to just get here in general, and then to come out and have a first wave like that. Sean was absolutely charging from Puerto Rico. Unfortunately, just went over the handlebars as that wave closed out.
Oh, I can't believe he went on that. I was like, oh my gosh, he's paddling. Like, these waves that are coming through are getting a lot better. Here's Blue up and riding, streaming down the line and going right, trying to find that inside section. Getting really low, nice flow, hits the end section, throws the fins out, and rides out.
Solid surfing from Kenjiro to start things off. So that's going to be a great way for him to kick off his campaign. We can see both Nachman and Forrest out the back. Forrest already has a 2.5 next to his name, Surfer in Red, so he would have had a wave while we were during our commercial break, you know, straight off the buzzer, found control of the lineup to get himself that first score on the board, and now we'll be looking to improve. But that wave from Kenjiro, you can see Team Japan is pretty pleased with.
Wow, no, that was an incredible wave. Just the way he timed that end section, got the board, released some fins there, and rode out on a super tough section. Like we've been saying, it's a bit of tough conditions out here. Here's a replay from his wave. Blue up and riding, so comfortable on his feet, has so much flow, pumps to that section, and it stands up nicely for him. He times it perfectly. And that section kind of ricocheted off the pier, right? So it's coming at him at a really awkward direction. But he was able to get through all the bumps on the face, and then it comes almost straight at him, and he releases. An incredible ride from Blue, and great to start a campaign for first day of the event.
And really nice end section to give him like that exclamation point to finish on, to be able to, you know, match the speed of that wave coming towards him and to hit it with some power as well. Kenjiro dropping a 5.5 for that first ride, so great way to start things off for him.
For sure. I think it would have gone a little bit higher into the 6s or 7s, or even possibly excellent if that wave was just a little larger, more of a set wave, to be a little bit more critical. But he honestly milked everything he could out of it, so great first wave. Super impressed by that one.
Short day of competition that we have here for our opening day of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We started out with the opening ceremony this morning, which was so fun for everyone, the family, to gather back together, have a walk down the beach before paddling out into the lineup. And now getting our opening day of competition started off, noting, you know, what's happening with the conditions through the week, wanting to take advantage of some good swell we have. Unfortunately, that wind has come up pretty strong this afternoon with the onshores, and we'll see how that factors in through the rest of the week. You know, thankfully this morning it was really light wind. It was absolutely beautiful out there.
Yeah, this morning I was like, dang, I should have paddled out.
So to be able to see that this morning, we know that those morning conditions are going to be really favorable likely for the whole week, and then we'll just kind of have to, you know, see what happens with that wind each afternoon.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be really tough too, not only the wind, but the tide changes. We touched on this earlier. Here at the pier and in most surf breaks as a beach break, rely on the tides. And so a negative low tide that we have, a super low tide, is going to be drastically different from a high tide in the morning. So that'll really come into play when we start talking about people's heat strategies. I know for me that when I used to compete and I had like a low tide heat at a beach break, I'd be like, oh, okay. The plan is just to stand up, try and hit the lip, and hopefully ride out.
Yeah, just get like a single maneuver and finish that. And that's going to be a better score in comparison to a high tide heat where you're going, okay, there's some open face. If I can get 2 or 3 turns connected together, it's going to be really nice.
For sure. Totally tide dependent. Yeah, the wind's up a bit, but not too bad. Love the little guy walking around on the beach.
Plenty of Groms down on the shoreline this week. And it's great to see a lot of the, you know, competitors coming along, bringing their families with, and he'll be out in the lineup in no time.
Oh, for sure. He could be right now. No, I love seeing everyone from the community come out. People who have no idea about parasurfing or really surfing in general, they'll come out and they'll ask questions. Hey, what's going on here? What event do you have? And it was really interesting. I was walking back from downtown. I got a smoothie right before I got back on the bike, and I heard someone talking to their phone, what is parasurfing?
Oh,
and like
amazing.
They asked Siri that, and then Siri was like, well, parasurfing is, and then I didn't hear him, but I was like, oh, that's so cool. And it was just kind of like this guy down at the beach. He saw this event and wanted to learn more about it. So super rad to have it here in Oceanside. Lots of really rad locals. This was my home break for such a long time, for 6 years. So stoked to be back. I have a love and hate relationship with this pier.
Did you ever have any collision with the pier when you were living here?
No, I don't think. Green, up and riding on a bit of an insider wave, trying to stream, trying to find that right part of the wave there.
All right, really digging the rail in, finding that cut back as he's now pumping, driving down the line, looking for this finishing section for Nachman out of Team Israel. And we'll see what he's able to finish with. Great couple maneuvers as he's just driving, he's keeping his speed. This is going to be the longest wave that, you know, we've seen ridden in the last couple of heats. That was a great performance, great glide that he was able to find. As we take a look now at Forrest, who finds a big section out the back. You can also see, Liv, just talking about like the love-hate relationship with any pier around the world.
Right.
The fishing lines.
Oh my gosh, I've been
I
hooked so many times. I've been hooked. But back to Forest Wave, great end section. He just couldn't quite ride out of that. Like I was saying, a bigger wave than Blues. If he was able to ride out of that, it definitely would have started to build his momentum.
Now talk to me about the comparison, as long as we don't see anyone catch this wave. So those two are going to duck dive under for Sean and Kenjiro. The difference between Forrest going for that big single section closeout on a bigger wave out the back in comparison to the wave we just saw from Nachman from Israel in the green, where he rode it all the way to the inside, didn't get any big major maneuvers, but had some nice flow and that connectivity all the way through to the inside.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the judges I feel like, are always going to reward that big turn out the back, right? Because you chance of losing the wave and losing the score completely. So they like when you take that risk.
Yeah, huge risk factor going out the back. Well, we've got 10 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Before we continue this conversation, let's go down to the beach, catch up with Chris Cote and the winner of that last heat.
I'm here with Morgan Galeffi representing Team Italy. Morgan, first time in America, first time in Oceanside, and you come through with a heat win. So first of all, welcome to Oceanside. Welcome to the Parasurfing World Championships. How did it feel to get a victory early on?
Feels good. The conditions are kind of challenging, but it feels good. I was against the current world champion, so yeah, feels great.
Not bad taking out champions in your first round. So how did you make your way? How did you earn your spot on Team Italy?
I think I was recommended. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, the recommendation worked. You went out there, you ripped. What are your goals here in 2025 at the ISA Parasurfing World Championships?
To win and to meet with new people. Yeah.
Well, you just met me. Nice to meet you, my guy. Looking forward to watching you surf for the rest of the week. Watch out. Morgan has come here to win.
Well, he's certainly looking like he's going to be, you know, with dropping those kind of numbers, first time surfing out here, he made it look really easy, Liv.
Yeah, to be honest, I'd be really interested in talking to him about like what kind of wave he surfs back at home, because I feel like it has to be similar. He looked so good on his feet out there and controlled those bumps in the face. It's not easy.
We're going to have to get to know Morgan a lot better this week, find out where he lives, what his home break is. Is he in Italy? Is he living somewhere else around the world? As so many surfers do end up, you know, being the nomads that we are, finding somewhere else that you fall in love with and connect with that wave and maybe that community specifically.
Oh, for sure. I'm going to scope it out. I'll get the deets.
All right. Reporting back tomorrow for sure. 9 minutes remaining on the clock. Shannon and Liv here in the booth to call the action, and we've got a paddle now from Sean. Great position for the Puerto Rican as he's taken off. He's currently chasing a 4.04 to get himself in a better situation. Finds that first opening connection, and he's just not going to be able to find the speed and projection coming out of that first turn to really capitalize on the second. Behind him, Kenjiro, current heat leader, out into the open face. Nice drawn out carve. Sets himself up here, and we'll see if this wave starts to stand up. It looks like it's going to, but it just hasn't quite gotten there yet. You can really tell now that that tide is filling in, and it's going to make it a lot more challenging to connect from the outside section to the inside.
Right. It's such a catch-22 because it's kind of hard at low tide to even catch anything and stand up. But when it's high tide, then it's tough to connect all the way through. So that mid tide is really where the sweet spot is. And like you said, that tide's coming up, and it'll be easier to paddle out, a little easier to paddle into the waves as well. So definitely, I think the conditions are becoming more favorable. Obviously, still the current that the surfers have to deal with out there. And then the glare too is always tough.
Yeah, that glare is brutal in the evenings like this or the late afternoon, especially when the wind and the glare combined.
Oh, for sure.
Is the hardest thing to be able to really, be able to see the lineup, see what waves are coming through, make those easy decisions when it comes to what's really happening out in the water.
Yeah, I feel like there's so much more that goes into surfing that people don't really realize. It's not necessarily just standing up on a wave and catching a wave. It's you deal with the temperature outside, the wind, the swell, the tide, the sun, the heat. Like everything is kind of going into one sport, and it's just so much more complex than I think a lot of people realize. Especially people surfing for the first time, they're like, dang, I didn't realize what all goes into that. Surfing actually on a wave is like 10% of it. You got to paddle out there. You got to paddle into waves. You got to learn how to duck dive. So definitely important to consider all those factors, especially in parasurfing, when duck diving can be hard for some people. I don't duck dive.
Yeah.
I just make sure no one's behind me. But yeah, so in this division, the men's stand 2, a little bit about their division. They are surfers who ride in a standing position with the lower body impairment below the knee. And like I had mentioned to Shannon earlier, it's really a huge difference between stand 2 and stand 3. Stand 2, having that knee is really critical, and it stabilizes you a lot more on the board. And you can just connect with the board a lot better. And then stand 3 is where it's above the knee. You have an amputation above the knee or some type of impairment, and that makes it a lot harder because you have to either swing your leg up or just surf a little lower, and the swinging makes a huge difference.
It essentially either helps in stand 2, the pop-up will be quicker, having the actual joint of the knee.
Correct.
And in stand 3, without that joint to the knee, swinging an entire prosthetic, the pop-up is a lot slower, which then impacts how, positioning on a wave, if you're able to get up in the right section, if you're caught behind the section when you're actually, then up and riding on the wave.
Yeah, that's a great point, Shannon. As well as when you're on the wave, I think having that knee allows you to have a bit more control, especially if your knee that you have an impairment is on the back of your board and you're able to be on the stomp pad. It's a lot not easier, but just more simple with that kneecap to be able to control the bottom of your board and do those turns and release those fins a little bit more rather than not having a kneecap. So definitely a huge difference there, and that's why we have sports classifications, because it evens the playing field and allows like competitors to be able to surf against people with similar disabilities. I've learned from the community that like no one's going to have the exact same disability. It's going to be completely different depending on the person. And so that just is a huge factor. And Dr. Mo Johnson for ISA, head of classification, she's really tried to make it as simple as possible and as competitive as well as fair for everyone.
And working with, at the start of every event, let's take a look at some waves here before we continue this conversation. Kenjiro is currently still sitting in the leading position. He started with that 5.5. He's backed it up with a 4.5 as well. So he's in a great leading position. Sean from Team Puerto Rico, he is sitting in that 4th place spot at the moment, a 3.33 being his high score. That was his last wave. He's chasing a 1.74 to take a 2nd place position. And Kenjiro just, finding his way on a really nice 2-wave combination at the moment, hitting that double-digit 10-point heat total and looking like he's going to be the one to be out in the lineup right now with 3 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Liv, back to that conversation, though, just about Dr. Mo Johnson. What she does here is classify if I'm correct, every surfer before this event started today has already had a check-in with her to get their classifications for what division they'd be surfing in.
Correct, yeah. So everyone's gone through Mo. I was first classified 7 years ago, and I don't need to reclassify with her if I'm to compete because, like, my arms are the way they are. They don't change. But sometimes people with certain disabilities, they may end up having more function in the future, so they may have to be put into a different division. But everyone has been classified through ISA here, formally and professionally, as well as did you know ISA has classified 550 50 parasurfers throughout the years.
That's incredible. I mean, you shared that stat with me earlier today, and I just think that's amazing to show the number of surfers, parasurfers globally represented.
Yeah, correct.
Not that we have that many competing this week, but the fact that there are that many, at least right now, who have come through the classification prospect, and to know there are so many more out there who have not yet become part of the ISA family.
For sure, yeah. I mean, competing's not necessarily for everyone, so maybe they'll do it like a year or two, maybe then they stop. And a lot of people, I mean, they have like full-time jobs, you know? So it's like, depending on where they are at their family life stages or whatever, stepping back from competing is common, but also surfing for years and years and years on end is also common as well. So it's fascinating to have 550 parasurfers. Let's get them all together. Oh yeah, White up and riding, streaming down on this really fast left. Oh my gosh. Oh, you did land it. That was so close.
That was so close. He had so much speed. That was one of the first lefts that we've gotten to see in these last couple of heats, as we see Kenjiro just go down over the falls, unfortunately. But what a great wave for Sean. That's going to at least improve on his 1.13 without a doubt.
Oh, for sure. He'll get rid of that 1.13. And like I said, that left, like you could see on the broadcast, it's steam rolling through. So you really got to be able to be in the right position. And he was in great position, pumped to get to that section, made it all the way around. This wave really stood up for him nicely. Timed that end section really nice. He just didn't quite have enough speed and then came unstuck. Just needed to get a little farther up on the board and lean forward a bit more because he just kind of fell back. But great effort. That left hasn't even really been ridden today.
It's so true. I mean, he found the one left that's come through that's had potential to it, and the score is rewarded. He's got a 3.30 now to back up his 3.33. That was enough to move him from 4th up into 2nd. So on the leaderboard conversation, he's going to be in a much better position. We see Nachman there just feeling a little bit of frustration, maybe unable to find the wave that he wanted to. He does have that 4.43 on the board, which is awesome so far. He doesn't need much to be able to challenge for that leading position. If he can get himself a 5, just slightly better than what he already has, he could be taking away Japan's #1 spot right now with Kenjiro.
Yeah, interesting. The judges went 4.43 on that one. That was kind of smaller, but he was able to come all the way inside and really milk everything he could out of it. So interesting to see that that was a 4. That was a bit higher than I thought it was, just because it was such a small wave, but really interesting to note.
Yeah, great thing to just kind of take away from the judges today and what they're looking for, what potential there might be out there, different ways to get a score. As we see Nachman up and riding again on the inside section, and this heat has just had the buzzer sound. Team Japan is frothing because they've got another heat winner. We already have seen at least one in Tsukuru earlier on this afternoon. Kenjiro Ito from Japan taking out that 1st place position. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, we're going into our final heat of opening day. Stand 2 women will be hitting the lineup, qualifying round 1.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the action here for opening day of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We got a paddle from our surfer in the green jersey, Marielle Caroso from Brazil, has a look, tries to get up to her feet, can't quite. She's going to have a quick swim, grab that board, and get herself back into position. Gives the thumbs up back to her team down there, signaling that she is feeling good. She is frothing to be out in the lineup, and it's awesome to have her a part of the action today. Right now, we're into a new division, and it's the first of the women's surfing that we're going to see in competition for the week. Quick in and out there for Gaëlle Habry from France. She has her teammate, Laurie Phipps from France, out in the lineup, as well as from Team England, Zoe Smith. So this is going to be a great way to kick things off for our women's division. Stand 2, meaning that they have function from the knee up with a standing position with a lower body impairment below the knee, specifically for our Stand 2 division. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside Liv Stone. And Liv, we've got Zoe Smith on a quick in and out.
Yep, Zoe from England up and riding. Just a first wave. Get the jitters out. Wasn't able to go very far on that one, but that's all right. I believe Red is up and riding. Laurie Phipps streaming down the line and going right, trying to catch that inside section. She did the same thing that JP did earlier. She got back. She tried to make that end section by going on her stomach to try and make it, but couldn't quite get there. Great opening ride for Laurie, though. Green, trying to get up and riding. Great board. I love how much foam she has. It looks like she has a lot of foam under her feet to stay stable, streaming and going all the way to the inside. Nice little whitewash wave for her to start off her campaign for this first round of the women's Stand 2 division. Gosh, we have so many waves to break down here.
There are so many waves happening. I love that everyone's putting themselves into position. That was a tricky one for Habry from France, just getting unstuck as that wave, kind of came in from behind her. We also saw our surfer in white just behind her in Zoe Smith from England. So strategy right now as Zoe gets a quick up and down, it seems like kind of across the board is to just get out there and get up to their feet, which means taking off on that white water.
Right.
Good strategy right now, Liv, because we're seeing, it seems like a little increase in swell size in some of these sets coming through, and a lot of closeouts out in the lineup.
No, the waves are pretty pumping out there, and I was chatting with Laurie before her heat, and she's like, I'm going to go out and do my best, and I told her it's tough out there, and don't go all the way out if you don't want to, because it's slamming. I got held under pretty brutally when I paddled out, so I was telling her, I'm like, the tide's going to come up, it's going to get a little better. We're seeing the sections opening up a lot more. That current's still pretty gnarly, but the women were able to get out there, get out the back, and kind of surf those in-between waves. Those sets are just slamming and closing out.
Here we go with Gaëlle up and riding. This is an awesome looking ride for her. I love that style, that front arm up. And she was able to gain a lot of distance on that wave, so she's going to have a great score coming through. We're still waiting for scores basically across the board now. Judges are going to take their time with this. They're resetting. They got a new division. They got a new scale to set out in the lineup. Currently, we've got a 2-point ride and a 0.67 from Zoe Smith. We've got Laurie Phipps with a 3.83. Outside of that, we're still waiting for scores to drop. So while we wait for those, let's go down to the beach, check in with Chris Cote and the winner of that last heat.
Thank you. Okay, Team Japan, looking good already. Some victories for the team. Tell me what it was like out in the water.
First heat, so nervous and condition, so windy and bad condition. And best my surfing,
You did great. You looked like you were in control the whole time. How excited are you to compete here in Oceanside for your team? I see you have a lot of support. You got a full team down here. Yeah. So how does it feel to get through that first heat?
All Japan team, so happy. So thank you for your supporting next round. Yeah.
All right, so looks like you have a great surfboard. I know you have a lot of support, and I know you have a lot of friends and fans watching from home. What do you want to tell them?
早朝から応援ありがとうございます。次も頑張りますんで、また応援のほどよろしくお願いします。Thank you so much.
Here we go. Good luck moving through.
Well done, Kenjiro. Absolutely frothing. Has done so well in this event in the past, so that's a great way for him to start out. Those 5-point rides on the board, I know, Liv, you were frothing on those waves and thought that they could have been even higher.
Yeah, to be honest, Shannon, I think it could have been in the 6s. It had so much flow, and he released the fins, so I really feel like it could have gone a bit further here. Zoe up and riding here, trying to get to her feet.
All right, she's currently sitting in that 2nd place position. This is a great looking wave for Zoe Smith out of Team England. She'll take a dive after trimming down the line and finding a little bit of speed. She is our reigning gold medalist, our reigning world champion in the women's stand 2 division. Her teammate, Lori Phipps, took out the win in 2023. So great to have those two represented as we see Lori now up and riding, just gliding through that opening turn. I really love the look of her surfboard as well, Liv.
Oh, for sure. She we actually just surfed together a few days ago. She's been training really hard, and she looks great on that board. I love her style. It's so elegant and smooth, the way she pops up, kind of with her feet a little closer together, which isn't technically traditional shortboarding. But I really think she gets rewarded on that flow that we were mentioning earlier.
Yeah, it's almost more of a longboard style to her surfing, which is kind of, you know, looking at the length of her board and everything really makes a lot of sense as we take a look at this last one from Zoe.
Yeah, and then Zoe's almost completely different because she's riding probably half the size of a board and a bit more aggressive with her turns. But here's a replay of Lori's wave. She had a really, really nice turn and then just came unstuck on that end section. And a lot of times what happens on those smaller waves is you go for like a good turn and then it just like dies on you and it's so hard to ride out. Especially that happens here at Northside when you go right, especially with that tide filling in.
And we've got Gael on the inside, just looking to get herself in position for a nice looking wave. She's got that 2.50 on the board so far. The 46 years old has learned to surf in the last 3 years. She said she absolutely loves it. Imagine, you know, I mean, Liv, your surfing story will be great to pull apart throughout this week as well as we take a look at some live action with Gael up and riding again. Love that trim. I love her style and the fact that she's just going for wave after wave. We'll have a couple more scores to drop for her. But, you know, learning how to surf and 3 years later competing for a world title.
No, pretty phenomenal. And she's looking great out there. You know, obviously taking conditions into a factor, but she seems really confident. And I like you said, I love her style.
Marielle also getting a piece of the action, 34 years old, out of Brazil. Favorite surf break is Praia do Caroço. There's so many fun beach breaks across Brazil and great opportunities for her to be in the lineup when she's back at home. Probably surfing some similar kind of conditions to this on the regular, which will give her a great advantage paddling out. But knowing that, you know, for these two, for France and for Brazil, sending out surfers up against the, you know, 2 women that have those gold titles from the last 2 years of competition. So reigning gold medalist in Zoe Smith and then your 2023 gold medalist in Lori Phipps. Those are big names to be coming up against in the draw.
Oh, for sure. And they're going to be vying for that first position on the podium again. They know what that feels like. They've been in that position. And I know both of them pretty well, and they're super stoked to be here. And they have a great, it seems like they have a great heat strategy. Lori's really sticking close to that pier, like I said. It's almost like a bit of a safety net. It seems counterintuitive because there's like barnacles, gnarly pylons, but really with this swell direction and because we're on north side, the closer she sticks to the pier, the safer she's going to be because it's usually not ever going to break right into the pier. And here goes Zoe streaming down the line, going and trying to find this right-hand wave. Oh. Doing some nice turns, but comes unstuck. But she'll definitely get rewarded for that. I think that might be her highest score. She was able to paddle out a lot further than everyone and catch that right-hand wave, which looked pretty great.
Oh, great looking wave here for Marielle out of Brazil. And a solid performance so far for Lori Phipps in the leading position. Zoe, like you said, she's looking for that score to potentially take away the leading position if she improves on that 3.83.
Yeah, and I reckon she will. I mean, I think that was probably the best wave of the heat. But we'll see. I would like to see the replay to kind of analyze it and break it down a little bit more.
Can see a little bit of assistance here for Team Brazil as we've got this replay, Liv.
Yeah, see, she paddles all the way from the outside and turns. She has 2 really solid cutbacks, and then just unfortunately comes a little bit unstuck there. But that'll be probably her best score.
Taking one more look at it from a different angle. Great looking opening turn. Finds that control.
Yeah, she definitely has control in that back foot. You can tell she's steady on her feet and did those 2 turns pretty easily with confidence. It seemed like she wasn't unsteady at all. She seemed, really solid on her feet.
So what we're seeing right now is some assistance from Team Brazil for Marielle, who's been out in the lineup. You can tell with that current that she would have gotten dragged farther north of the beach than what she wanted to be in.
Right.
Quicker due to her impairment to get the wheelchair up the beach instead of having to walk or, run herself back into that nice little easy paddle out that you get next to the pier with the rip running out. So great assistance there. That's all, within the rule books for what's allowed in competition here for the World Parasurfing Championships. And Liv, I can see the look on your face because this is a big looking set. And you have been in positions like this, especially when it's challenging to duck dive and get yourself under these.
Yeah, it's so hard. I mean, like I said, I don't duck dive, and I was out there. I got hit by 3 waves, and I was down by the bathrooms like a whole block away. So pretty tough out there, but excellent water safety crew that we have. Adam Land, head of water safety, and really just there to keep the surfers safe. And like you were mentioning, those wheelchairs that go up and down the beach are so critical in helping our surfers, especially with this current that sucks them down. And then you have to, I've done the run up the beach many times, and it does suck a little bit, but they get it done, and they have 20 minutes. And so you get back out there. If you have 10 minutes on the clock and you're all the way down the beach, yeah, you bet I'll be running up and trying to get back in.
7 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. We got that water safety team, a lot of volunteers filling out. If you're listening into this and you're somewhere in Southern California, you got some free time on your hands this week, there are so many volunteer positions that are needed to make an event like this possible. Exactly. And it's amazing to have those, so many people just willing to come down, help out, have some fun this week. And whether it's putting on a wetsuit and being in the water or helping with a variety of different things on land, there's some opportunity. So if you're in and you're listening, you want to come down and get involved, I'm sure there's going to be a position for you down on the beach.
Oh, for sure. We're always looking for extra support. So if you're around, come down, help out. Whether it's pushing a wheelchair, you don't have to necessarily put on fins and paddle all the way out there like Adam and the different crew, but we always could use the support.
We've got a huge week of surfing ahead of us as we see Gaele getting herself back into position. That board's going to give her a lot of float, a lot of opportunity to catch waves easily, maybe be a little bit harder to turn, but for where her surfing ability is at, it's the perfect board for her to be riding in these conditions. As we can see our surfer in the green jersey from Brazil putting herself into position. Excellent takeoff, and she's looking for that pop-up now into that standing position. She has found it. She's got some great style, keeping that low and composed as she's trimming through to the inside now, cutting it on her backhand and finding a bit of a turn. Checks her watch as well just to see what the time is. Is she going to go back to the beach, or is she going to stay where she is and try and get another ride? You can see her signaling to the shoreline already.
Yeah, I mean, she has 5 minutes. I think she could get back out there and get another wave. Good wave for her. Taking that whitewash that propels you into the wave is definitely really helpful. Especially since I see her still trying to master that pop-up. And, I can relate. For years, I've worked on my pop-up to make it as fast as possible, especially since I go from my knees to my feet. And it's really interesting because the judging doesn't start until your hands leave the rail. So she's going to want to try and pop up as fast as she can so that she can get the most out of that wave. And Lori, up and riding on this right-hand wave, up to her feet, cuts back into the whitewash to try and see if it opens up a little bit more for her. Doesn't quite, but pretty similar weight to her last one. So I think the score is going to be around the same of what she's been getting, a mid-3 or upper 3. And Zoe Smith got a 4.67 on that wave that we broke down. So she's going to be happy with that. Here she's riding, coming in on the inside. Not quite the wave that I think she would have wanted like she had earlier. That 4.67 definitely had a lot more opportunity for her. But both women looking to paddle back out and establish priority.
Marielle on her way back out there. Perfect.
It's pretty much a ride.
It's
a
basically
little conveyor belt.
Yeah, that conveyor belt. Little ride out. And I'm just having a look through her profile on ISAsurf.org. If you're tuning in, you can check out all the different team pages for each of the athletes here to get to know more of their stories. She is such an incredible athlete. So not only a 3-time Brazilian champion in adapted handball, but was elected the best player in Brazil in 2017. She has an incredibly strong competitive side in the handball scene there.
Wow, that's fascinating.
So impressive. She's been surfing. She was the first female adaptive surfer in Santa Catarina, and she's really passionate about physical activity. She's practiced karate, table tennis, boxing, Muay Thai, and CrossFit as well.
Oh,
so really just looking at any opportunity to keep herself moving and physical, and I love that surfing and being connected to the ocean is part of that.
Oh, yeah, I love that. I feel like I can really resonate with that. Zoe here, up and riding, trying to find that right hand that she was looking for earlier. Can't quite get there. Tries to go left, but not really much on offer. That wave pretty much closed out on her.
Well, she did well on that second to last wave. It was a 4.67 that came through. That jumped her up into that leading position over Lori Phipps, who was sitting with that 3.83 and that 3.30. Great looking wave here for Gael.
Yeah, that wave reformed for her, so she's going to be stoked on that one. A lot of her other waves were just that whitewash push, but she was able to take the whitewash and kind of catapult her into the face of that wave, so she'll be happy with that one for sure.
2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Just the single heat in women's stand 2, round 1. As a qualifying round, and all 4 of these surfers will surf again later in the week in their final heat to be going for those medals. And you can really tell how challenging it can be. With the conditions today, we're going to see a variety of tides coming through. We're going to see the wind change. We're going to see the swell really kind of continue to increase a bit and then drop off through the middle of the week. And each of these surfers just bringing in their competitive knowledge. You know, they've been working with their teams. They've been running practice days back at home. They've got, you know, a great crew to assist them in getting into the ocean as often as possible for our para surfers out here this week. And it's going to be really fun to continue to see these performances, as there is a fierce battle going down now between 3rd place and 4th place on the inside section. Marielle now up and riding from Brazil, sitting on those 1.5s, looking to see if she can get herself into the 2-point range. And that is a beautiful looking ride to try and increase her score just a little bit as she checks her watch.
And she's going to go back out, because I said she had 5 minutes, and
Yeah.
she went out and got another one.
And she's already gotten 2
She's
more
like,
waves,
I have one
think,
more
in that
minute,
amount of
I
time.
can do it again.
She's got plenty of time. A professional athlete like that is on it, paying attention to all the different facets that come into competitive surfing, not just the equipment to be riding and putting your rash vest on, but paying attention to, you know, your priority, what the time, how much time there is left, positioning out in the lineup.
Right. So many moving parts, like I talked about earlier.
Many moving parts.
From priority to positioning out there. What I love about surfing in general is the wave selection. It makes it so much different than any other sport that you stay in tune with, really, in my opinion, because choosing that good wave on a set is going to be so critical for you when you're vying for that world title. And I love that every wave that comes through, no matter what green is riding right now, is going to be different than what blue is riding. Every wave is going to be extremely different. And that's what I love about surfing. Each wave is a new opportunity.
It really is. It's a great way to look at it. As we see 10 seconds remaining on the clock, and Marielle can just take a deep breath now, knowing that she put it all on the line out in her first heat. She's going to have another opportunity into the final. All 4 of these women, the 4 women filling out stand 2, are going to have that opportunity to compete again later in the week. And they're also going to have that opportunity to support and cheer on their teammates, to check out and hang out here in Oceanside, and to get some more free surfing in, so that when it comes time for their final, when that gold medal is on the line, they have even better awareness and some of those great ways to reflect on through a week of free surfing.
Here's Green looking emotional getting out of the water, and it's just so touching to see her so happy. I mean, she's crying, but I think it's happy tears. Look at everyone surrounding her. So I think she's just super proud of herself, jumping up and down and dancing. That's pretty incredible to see.
Yeah, that's a great way to finish things off. It takes so much effort just to be here, you know, the amount of time through the year, qualifying for the team,
Right.
whatever that process was back at home, through the national championships, and then actually getting out and surfing in that first heat. What an incredible performance from Marielle. Great to see that emotion coming through. Well, let's take a look at the highlights. It's been a huge opening day of competition here for the ISA World Pair Surfing Championships. And when we return from the highlights, we'll be checking in with the winner of this heat, Zoe Smith.
All right, sounds good.
Well, it has been an awesome day of competition. Starting out, Liv, with the opening ceremonies, getting to see everyone back together again, heading down the boardwalk, and the sands of the world being poured, of course. And then into a few heats to kick things off and get a feeling for what it's going to be like. Shannon Hughes alongside Liv Stone, and we had a great time calling action today.
Yeah, what a fantastic first day. You know, I was pretty nervous. This was my first time on the broadcast, but now I got the
You did
jitters
great.
out. I'm ready.
I think you're going to get the call back tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, I think so. I hope I'm still here tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, it's been a fantastic day of surfing. Really fun to have, you know, just the knowledge that you carry with you as a 3-time gold medalist. You know, you have been surfing with so many of these athletes as well. It's going to be fun to be able to pick through more of the stories for who each of these surfers is. I think that's such an awesome opportunity every time we have an ISA event, because it's a national representation. We get surfers from such a variety of countries, but also here in the parasurfing community to learn, you know, what that road was like for each of these surfers getting into the water for the first time.
Right, and each and every person has a phenomenal story on how they got here. And it's so interesting to learn more about them as an individual, for sure. Not just their waves out in the water, but yeah, what got them to this point on the national team, representing their country and ultimately shredding out there. So excited to unpack those stories, learn more about people, and yeah, get this show on the road. Let the surfing begin.
It's going to be so exciting. There's a lot of heats to get through this week. It's a bit of a round-robin format where surfers will surf 2 qualifying rounds for majority of the divisions throughout the week and have that opportunity to keep themselves higher up on the leaderboard, as opposed to just a single elimination or top 2 surfers advancing through heats.
Yeah, I love that format, like I said, because you can really up your game if you didn't have a great first heat and kind of redeem yourself a bit there.
taking a look at our event schedule, opening day is finished. Opening ceremonies has already been and gone. Competition has started off as well. Monday through Thursday will just be kind of our main rounds of competition. You know, most likely starting off around sunrise every morning, getting out bright and early, taking advantage of those low winds. But again, the tides and the swell to be factored in as well. But a big week of competition with our finals finishing out on Friday. Instagram, there will be plenty of stories to be following along with at ISAsurfing, so make sure to check out what's happening down there. And we've got Chris Cote. We can spot him here from the drone. He is with Zoe Smith from England, winner of our final heat of the day.
Yeah, thanks, team. That's right. Team England represent Zoe. You gave it your all out there. What a way to start here at the ISA Parasurfing World Championships. You came in and you said it was a lot of work out there.
Yeah, the current is wild. Like, I've been training here all week, and it's been quite chill on that neap tide. And then you just found yourself an inch from the pier, and you just knew it was coming. Off you went downstream. So it was a lot. It was a lot of fitness. Yeah, and it just hard to read, but I caught one or two that were fun, and I could sort of feel it. You could feel that pier vibe. I love a pier.
A smashing success here in the afternoon on day one. And I know you have a lot of medals already. You have national championships. You've done it all. So what are you going to do here this year in 2025?
Well, obviously I'd like to come back for the gold. Finals day is going to be hard work. It's looking big. It'll be a bit out of my comfort zone, but let's see how it goes. Bring it on.
Now, you're from a town called Bournemouth. Am I saying that? Bournemouth. Okay, Bournemouth. Tell me about the surf scene there, and I know you got friends and fam watching. You can give them a shout out as well.
Yeah, hi everybody that's still up. Yeah, Bournemouth is a pier break, but about a fifth of the size. Onshore mush is what we like. We order it daily. But it's a great community. We're really supportive of each other, especially back home with me. I love surfing the local with everyone cheering me on. So yeah, hi to everybody at home, friends, family. You.
From Bournemouth to Oceanside. Good luck moving on in the competition.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks so much. Well, great to catch up with Zoe. Excited to see her if she has the opportunity. Well, she will have the opportunity if she's going to be able to defend that gold medal. Time will tell. Liv, we've got a big week ahead of us.
Lori Phipps defending her gold medal too, so it's like big rivalry that I see coming, and it's super, super exciting. I'm so excited to see how it unfolds.
Well, there's going to be a lot of rivalries to unpack throughout this week. Thanks so much for tuning in today to opening day for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We'll be back in your ears bright and early tomorrow morning, and we can't wait to see what the surfers bring to the occasion.
Yep, tune in.